Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Endless Loop, Trapped on a Haunted Road. I never liked driving alone at night, but that night, I didn't have much choice. I'd been driving for hours, or at least it seemed that way. The road twisted through patches of dense forest, the trees leaning in as if to listen to my passing. The smell of damp earth and pine filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, mingling with the faint, mechanical scent of the car's interior. I rolled down the window a crack, hoping the fresh air would clear my head, but the cold rush only made me shiver and pull the jacket tighter around my waist. Turn right in half a mile, the GPS instructed. I blinked. The road ahead looked familiar. Too familiar. The same curve I'd passed 5 minutes ago. Maybe 10. I shook my head, trying to ignore the creeping sense of being watched. No, I muttered to myself. No, this can't be right. I tapped the screen, hoping to double-check the address I typed in before leaving the city. It was the cabin outside of town, my getaway for the weekend. But the GPS was insistent, recalculating and recalculating, each time leading me back to that same fork in the road. I sighed, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. I had always trusted technology, or at least I thought I did. Now, I wasn't so sure. I reached down for the fuel gauge. It had started the trip at half a tank, enough to last me through the night. But now the needle was dipping faster than it should, the numbers dropping with alarming speed. I glanced at the dashboard again after a few minutes. The gauge had slid even lower. That couldn't be right. I hadn't been speeding or revving the engine harder than usual. I was careful. I always was. There was nothing but trees on either side of the highway, no other vehicles in sight. No gas stations. No towns. Just that endless stretch of road and the cold, silent woods. My hands trembled slightly as I gripped the steering wheel. I wondered if maybe I'd just lost track of time, if my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn hours ago and was just going in circles, the GPS confused by a glitch. I turned the radio on, hoping for a station that might give me some company or at least a weather update. Static. Then a faint crackle and a voice, distant and distorted. Too faint to make out words. I turned it off. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I tried the headlights again, flicking the switch back and forth. One of the beams was dimmer, flickering like a candle in the wind. That didn't help matters. The car felt fragile, as if it might give out on me any second. I reached over to the glove compartment and pulled out the flashlight I always kept in there. The beam was weak, but better than nothing. I glanced at the GPS one more time. The next turn was just up ahead. The same turn I'd been avoiding. I debated what to do. Trust the device, or try to find my own way. The road curved sharply to the right, disappearing behind a stand of tall, skeletal trees. I could see the faint outline of a sign, weathered and unreadable in the dark. I slowed, then stopped just before the bend. I opened the door briefly, just enough to let a cold gust of wind rush inside, smelling of wet leaves and something else, something metallic. My stomach tightened. I leaned out, scanning the roadside. There was a faint crunch underfoot. Maybe a branch or a small animal. I held my breath. Nothing moved. No sound except the distant rustle of branches and the occasional drip of water from leaves. I pulled the door shut and sat back, heart thudding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. The GPS chimed again, turn right. I swallowed hard, fingers curling around the wheel. I didn't want to, but I had no better idea. As I took the turn, the road narrowed and the trees seemed to close in tighter, their branches scraping against the car like long, brittle fingers. I caught a glimpse of something crouched low on the roadside. A figure, maybe. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the trees. Still, my breath caught, and I forced myself to keep driving. The fuel gauge dropped again. Faster. The needle was dangerously close to empty now. I could feel the car slowing, the engine struggling against the invisible drag. I pulled over, heart hammering, and stepped out into the night. The air was cool and damp, clinging to my skin like a second layer. I looked around, but saw nothing. No footprints. No signs of another person. A sudden noise made me jump, a low, distant howl, maybe a dog or a coyote. The sound echoed through the forest, lonely and endless. I closed the door and locked it, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. The locks clicked, and I leaned back against the seat, trying to steady my breathing. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, just a glitch. Just a bad night." But the GPS was still recalculating. The road ahead? The same fork. The same turn. The same endless loop that refused to let me go. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. No matter which way I chose, it brought me back here, trapped in this unyielding cycle. A cold sweat dripped down my neck as the forest seemed to close in tighter, shadows stretching like grasping hands. The night didn't get any quieter. I ran a hand through my hair, the cold sweat making my scalp itch. My fingers trembled, but I forced myself to reach under the driver's seat where I tossed the flashlight earlier. The beam cut through the darkness, sharp and narrow. Outside, the trees shivered in the breeze, leaves rustling like whispered warnings. The fuel gauge caught my eye again. It was lower than it should have been. I checked it not 5 minutes ago. It dropped faster now, needles sliding down as if the tank were leaking into the earth. But I hadn't seen a single drip or puddle beneath the car. Nothing. I grabbed my phone, still showing 3 bars of signal, but the map app refused to load anything beyond this loop. I tried calling, but the line just buzzed, no connection. I felt the familiar prickle of panic rising, but I swallowed it down. I needed a plan. I decided to check under the hood. Maybe there was something obvious. Maybe a hose was loose or leaking. My hand shook as I popped the latch. The hood creaked open, and I leaned over, peering into the engine bay. The night air smelled faintly of gasoline, sharper than it had earlier. Was that always there? I couldn't remember. The engine looked normal, at least at first glance. No hissing sounds, no obvious damage. But then I noticed something odd, a thin, nearly invisible thread, like fishing line, looped around the fuel injector. My mouth went dry. How did that get there? I didn't remember seeing it before. I tugged gently. The thread was taut, connected somewhere deeper in the engine bay. It pulled me forward, and suddenly I felt the faintest tug back, like a subtle resistance. Someone had been here. Right here. Sabotaging my car. A noise made me jump, a twig snapping somewhere behind the trees. I spun around, flashlight swinging wildly, casting long, jittery shadows. Nothing. Just the dark. The blackness that might have swallowed anything or anyone. I closed the hood and locked the car again. I needed to move, but the fuel was bleeding out too fast to keep driving in circles. I thought about walking, but where would I go? The GPS kept looping me back like a cruel joke. I tried calling a roadside assistance number, but the call dropped after a few rings. The dead silence that followed was suffocating. I pressed the phone to my ear again, willing it to connect. No luck. I leaned my head back against the headrest and closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. Something was wrong. Someone was here, somewhere out there, but I couldn't find them. The thought crawled into my skin like a cold bug. A sudden flicker caught my attention, a light, faint and distant, barely more than a glow through the trees. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. Was it a flashlight? A lantern? It vanished before I could focus. I felt the need to document everything. I pulled out a pen and scribbled in the little notebook I kept in the glove compartment. Details, time, fuel gauge readings, GPS loops, the thread around the injector. Maybe it sounded paranoid, but I knew better now. I wasn't imagining things. The night dragged on, each minute stretching longer than the last. Every rustle, every distant sound made my skin crawl. I tried to rationalize. The thread could be nothing. Maybe an animal snagged some debris. The fuel gauge could be glitching. The GPS might just be faulty. I kept telling myself that, but the gut twist told a different story. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the low howl, distant but closer this time. Not a coyote, something else. Something deliberate. The sound echoed, filling the empty spaces between the trees. I grabbed my phone again and, on a whim, checked the photos I'd taken earlier during the drive. One caught my eye, a blurry shot of the road before the loop. Something in the background, a shadow? I zoomed in. It was grainy, but definitely a figure, standing just beyond the tree line. I hadn't noticed it at the time. My hands trembled as I swiped through more pictures, looking for clues. Another showed tire tracks beside the road, fresh, but not mine. Too narrow for a truck, maybe a motorcycle or a smaller vehicle. I swallowed hard. Someone had been following me. Or waiting. I debated calling out, trying to confront whoever was out there, but the silence pressed down so hard I didn't want to break it. What if I was wrong? What if I was alone, just twisting myself into knots? But the evidence said otherwise. I decided to try the road again, but this time with a different approach. I flipped the GPS off. No recalculating, no forced loops. I'd follow the signs. The real ones, the metal markers along the shoulder, instead of the blinking digital voice. The engine protested as I pulled back onto the road. The fuel gauge dropped another notch. I drove slowly, eyes darting to the tree line, searching for movement, for any sign of a shadow. Half a mile in, the road forked again. No signposts, just the same empty darkness. I hesitated, then chose the left fork, keeping the headlights sweeping the edge of the woods. The car shuddered, a harsh coughing sound from the engine. The dashboard flickered. The air inside felt colder suddenly, the windows fogging up in little patches, like icy breath against glass. Then I saw it, scratches. Long, deep gouges on the paint along the passenger door, fresh and jagged. Someone had been close enough to reach me. Reach the car. I slammed on the brakes. Heart racing, I scanned the woods, flashlight sweeping the edge again. Nothing but trees, shadows, and silence. The scratches were too deliberate, too angry to be from branches. I touched the door, fingertips tracing the rough grooves. The metal felt cold, like the night itself was pressing against me. I whispered, "Who's out there?" No answer. Only the steady beat of my own pulse in my ears. I knew then I couldn't wait it out. I needed help. But where? The nearest town was miles back the way I'd come, and the GPS, if it was to be trusted at all, was useless. I debated leaving the car, walking toward the faint glow I'd seen earlier. Maybe a house. Maybe someone kind. Or maybe a trap. The engine coughed again. The fuel gauge dropped further. The night was closing in, and I wasn't sure if I'd make it out. Not yet. Then my phone buzzed. A message. No caller ID. Just 3 words. You're not alone. The message sat on my phone like a weight, glowing against the dark interior of the car. Outside, the woods pressed in, the wind carrying a faint rustling, branches scraping against each other like dry bones. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste of adrenaline thick on my tongue. My breath came out in quick, shallow bursts, fogging the cracked window. The scratches on the door, too deliberate to be random, were still fresh in my mind. Whoever had done that had been close enough to touch me, close enough to see inside. The thought made the hairs on my neck bristle. But when I looked around, all I saw was darkness and the dense, impenetrable line of trees. No footsteps. No flickers of a flashlight. No sign of a figure lurking just beyond the reach of the beam. I tried the GPS again. It blinked, recalculating, then rerouted me back the way I'd come. And then, as if mocking me, it rerouted again, sending me in a tight loop on a stretch of highway that looked identical every time I passed it. The same cracked asphalt, the same faded yellow lines, the same dead, leafless trees hunching over the road like skeletal sentinels. I gritted my teeth. The fuel gauge dipped again, the needle falling faster than it should. I glanced down at the dashboard. It had been nearly full when I left the gas station, now it was barely above empty. The smell of fuel was faint but unmistakable, like someone had opened the cap and let vapors leak out. I didn't want to think about what that meant. I pressed my hand against the steering wheel, feeling the cold leather through the thin gloves I'd grabbed before leaving the house. My fingers trembled. I hated to admit it, but I was running out of options. The nearest town was a ghost on the map, and every mile forward felt like sinking deeper into some trap. Then, the phone buzzed again. Another message. Look behind you. I froze. Slowly, carefully, I turned my head, eyes scanning the rearview mirror. The black highway stretched out behind me, empty. No headlights. No movement. Just the faint shimmer of stars and the dull glow of my dashboard. No one. I blinked, heart hammering in my ears. Was this some kind of sick joke? Or worse, a game? I locked the doors, the click echoing in the stillness. I tried calling 911, but the signal was gone, dead zone. No bars. Just a stupid, endless spinning circle of searching. I took a deep breath and forced myself to focus. Logic had to win. Someone was out there. Someone was messing with my car, my route, my head. But why? And how had they managed all this without ever stepping into the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows? My fingers tapped nervously on the steering wheel as I debated my next move. Walking out into the woods felt like suicide. But staying here meant waiting for whatever was coming, and the fuel gauge was already whispering threats. The GPS rerouted again, this time sending me down a narrower road lined with rusted guardrails and overgrown brush. I didn't recognize it. The trees closed in tighter, branches scraping against the roof like fingernails. The headlights barely penetrated the gloom. I nearly missed it, the small, hand-painted sign leaning crookedly to one side. Safe Haven, 2 miles, it read, the letters bleeding into the wood like they'd been painted in a hurry. The name made me scoff. I didn't believe in safe havens, not out here. Still, I had to try. I took the turn, the tires crunching over gravel and dried leaves. The road narrowed further, winding sharply uphill. The engine coughed again. The temperature gauge flickered. The fuel needle plummeted. I felt like I was driving a car with a slow leak in its soul. At the crest, I saw it, a rundown cabin, half swallowed by vines and shadow. A single lantern hung from the porch, casting a weak circle of light. Smoke curled lazily from a crooked chimney. I slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding on loose gravel. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. I wanted to believe someone was inside. Anyone. I grabbed a flashlight from the center console, the beam trembling in my hand. I stepped out, the cold night air biting at my cheeks, smelling of damp earth and rotting wood. My boots crunched on the gravel path toward the porch. "Hello?" I called, voice breaking the quiet. "Is anyone here?" No answer. Only the creak of the porch swing in the breeze. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced like restless ghosts. I hesitated. The door was slightly ajar, the wood swollen and cracked. My hand hovered over the handle, skin prickling with unease. Then, a sound. A soft shuffle from inside. A breath. A whisper. I froze, heart pounding. "Who's there?" My voice was firmer this time, though my hands shook. The door creaked open further, revealing nothing but darkness. But then, a voice. Low, calm, almost amused. "You shouldn't have come here." The words sliced through the night, colder than the air around me. I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The beam caught a figure stepping into the faint glow, tall, lean, face obscured by shadow. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. The engine's cough behind me sounded like a countdown. "You think this is a game," the voice continued. "But every move you make only tightens the circle." I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. "Why me? What do you want?" A slow smile, just visible in the dim light. "It's not about you. It's about control. About watching someone who believes they're alone. But they're never alone." The fuel gauge dropped again, the needle hitting empty. The engine sputtered and died. I was stranded. No way forward. No way back. And now, no way out of the cabin either. I glanced back at the car, then at the figure blocking the door. The night closed in around me, thick and suffocating. The point of no return. The night pressed in close, thick and cold, like a damp blanket soaked through with silence. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs refused. My breath caught somewhere between my throat and lungs, shallow and ragged. The car's engine had gone silent, the sputtering finally stilled like a dying heartbeat. The fuel gauge was as empty as I was. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice didn't raise, but it carried easily through the night, slicing through the stillness like an item through paper. I wanted words, something more than that phrase. What did that even mean? Who was this? Why me? My head spun, the cold air sharp and biting as I tried to think. But the question dissolved into the darkness as I realized there was no answer coming. The figure took a step forward, and I felt the heat of their presence, unnatural in this freezing night. The flashlight slipped from my fingers, clattering softly on the gravel. I bent to pick it up, heart hammering with every breath. The beam flickered back on. I aimed it at the figure's face again. Still shadowed. Still unreadable. "You think this is a game," the voice said again, slow and deliberate, "but every move you make only tightens the circle." Tightens the circle. The words echoed in my mind, a loop I couldn't break out of. I swallowed hard, tasting metal, my mouth dry. "Why me?" I managed, voice cracking. "What do you want?" The smile returned, faint but unmistakable, cold and amused. "It's not about you. It's about control. About watching someone who believes they're alone. But they're never alone. A shiver ran down my spine, this time from something deeper than cold. The night was no longer just a backdrop, it was a trap, and I was its prey. I glanced back at the car. The door was still open, inviting, but I knew the moment I stepped in, I'd be trapped. No gas, no engine, no escape. The figure took another step, blocking my only retreat. The flashlight's weak beam caught the rough fabric of their jacket, the creases and folds, the faint smell of something earthy, wet soil, maybe. The night smelled of damp leaves and decay, a thick, choking heaviness that pressed against my skin like a weight. I tried to steady my breathing. The muscles in my legs burned from the effort to stay still, fighting the urge to run. The silence between us stretched, thick and unbearable. Then the figure spoke again, voice low, almost a whisper. You wanted answers. You're going to get them. My skin prickled. Who are you? They didn't answer. Instead, they reached into their pockets slowly, deliberately. My mind raced. What now? Was this some kind of trick? A trap? Was I about to be forced into something I couldn't handle? The figure pulled out a small device, no bigger than a phone, and held it up. The screen lit up with a map. I recognized the route immediately. The GPS I'd been following all night, the endless loops and dead ends. Your little friend here, the stranger said, voice dripping with satisfaction, is broken. Or rather, manipulated. Every turn you took, every mile you burned, it was because I wanted you to. I stared at the screen, heart sinking. The map twisted in on itself like a snake swallowing its tail, endless loops that led nowhere. My hands trembled. Why? The word was barely audible. The figure smiled again, cold and unyielding. Because it's not about reaching a destination. It's about the journey. About control. About watching you unravel. I swallowed. My throat was dry, my mind scrambling to keep up with the chaos. I felt the cold seeping deeper, into my bones, freezing my thoughts. I don't understand, I said, voice fragile. What do you want from me? They stepped closer, the faint crunch of gravel under their boots loud in the quiet. To see what happens when someone who thinks they're safe realizes they're not. I took a shaky step back, heart pounding. The car's door was just behind me, the interior dark and empty. I wanted to jump inside, slam the door, lock it tight, but I knew better. The fuel was empty. The engine was dead. No going anywhere. I swallowed again, tasting fear and something else, determination, maybe. I wasn't going to let this person see me break. Is this some kind of sick game? I asked, voice steadier than I expected. The figure shrugged, a slow, casual movement that didn't fit the tension hanging between us. Maybe. But games are all about players and rules. I looked around, desperate for anything movement, sound, a sign that I wasn't completely alone. The night was still. Too still. The faint rustle of leaves, the distant cry of an owl, nothing else. Who else is with you? I asked, voice low. The figure shook their head, voice almost amused. No one. Just me. It made the situation worse, if that was possible. There was no backup, no crowd, no face behind the mask, just this one person. Watching. Look, if you want to make this stop, you have to let me go, I said, trying to sound firm. I'm not your enemy. They tilted their head, as if considering. But you're in my territory now. And you've been meddling where you shouldn't. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs. I don't want trouble. Just let me leave." The figure's smile faded, replaced by something harder, sharper. "It's not that simple." I felt my skin crawl, the hairs on my arms standing on end. This was no negotiation. It was a test. A challenge. And I wasn't sure I was ready. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine revving in the distance cut through the night, sharp and sudden. My head snapped toward the road, the faint glow of headlights appearing like two distant eyes. The figure's gaze followed mine. "You're not going anywhere," they said quietly. The headlights grew brighter, the engine louder. My heart leapt in my chest. Someone else? Rescue? Or more danger? I didn't know. I didn't trust it. Not yet. The stranger moved aside, just enough to let me slip past. "Go," they said. "But don't think this ends here." I didn't hesitate. I sprinted to the car, fumbling with the door handle. It was unlocked. I slid inside, slamming the door shut behind me. The warmth of the heater kicked in, a small comfort against the cold night air pressing against the windows. I locked the door, hands shaking as I turned the key. Nothing. The engine refused to turn over. Dead. I sat there, the headlights from the approaching car now blinding me through the windshield. The stranger's words echoed in my mind. About watching you unravel. The circle was tightening. And this time, I wasn't sure I'd find a way out. The engine stayed silent, no matter how many times I turned the key. The headlights outside didn't dim, they just kept burning into the glass like twin suns, relentless and accusing. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel, cold seeping through the thin leather, settling into my bones. The stranger's words circled in my head again, sharper this time, about watching you unravel. I wanted to scream, to shake the car and demand answers, but my voice was gone, swallowed by the night. I didn't move for what felt like a long while. The heater hummed weakly, trying to push back the cold, but it was useless. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled faintly of rain and burnt rubber, the highway stretching empty in every direction. No one else, just me and this silent threat that had been lurking all along. The GPS had been lying, the fuel gauge betrayingly cruel, and now this stranger, an enigma with a voice like gravel and eyes sharp enough to cut through me. After a few minutes, the headlights dimmed slightly, then disappeared altogether. I blinked, and the night swallowed the glow. For a moment, I imagined the whole thing was a nightmare, a fever dream conjured by isolation and fear. But the cold seat beneath me and the steady drip of sweat down my back said otherwise. I was trapped, and the person who had been playing this twisted game wasn't finished. I reached for my phone, hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. No signal. Of course not. That had been another part of the plan, cut me off. The silence pressed in again, heavier this time. No cars, no voices, no signs of civilization. Just a distant, eerie howl of wind threading through the trees lining the highway. I thought about the stranger's warning. Don't think this ends here. What did that even mean? Was this some sick vendetta? A warning? A game? I didn't know, but the fact that they had let me go just to watch me unravel felt like a slow, cruel trap tightening around my mind. I tried the door handle again. Locked. I locked it myself when I got in. But something nagged at me, the way the stranger had moved aside just enough to let me slip past. Was it mercy or mockery? I wanted to believe it was mercy, but the cold knot in my stomach told me otherwise. I leaned back in the seat, closed my eyes, and tried to breathe. The ache in my chest was physical now, a weight pressing down, making it hard to think straight. I kept replaying the events from the last few hours, hunting for a clue, a misstep, anything I could use to untangle this nightmare. There was the gas gauge. Every time I looked, it dropped faster than it should have, even when I wasn't driving. Sabotage. Whoever had done this knew exactly how to prey on my isolation, my reliance on technology, my trust in the road. The GPS rerouting me in circles that wasn't accidental. They wanted me lost, helpless. And now the car wouldn't start. Something had been tampered with under the hood, or maybe it was the battery. I didn't know enough about cars to be sure. But the sabotage was clear. I pulled out the manual from the glove compartment and flipped through it with shaking fingers. Nothing I could do here. No spare key, no roadside assistance, no emergency number with signal. Every attempt at rational problem-solving hit a wall. Then, a sound. Soft at first, like a whisper riding the wind. Then the crunch of gravel underfoot. My head snapped toward the passenger window. There was a figure, vague and shifting in the shadows. My breath caught. Not the same person. This one moved with a deliberate slowness, cautious but unafraid. A visitor or another predator? Hard to believe, I know. I locked my doors again and leaned forward, pressing my face against the glass. Hello? My voice cracked. The figure stopped. For a moment, nothing but the rustling leaves and distant highway hum. Then a voice, low and steady. "Can I help?" it said. I blinked against the dark. "I don't know." My throat was dry. "My car won't start." The figure nodded, stepping closer. "Looks like you're stuck." I wanted to look away but couldn't. Something about the way they spoke, calm but not comforting, made my skin prickle. "Who are you?" They hesitated. "Name's Sam. I've been watching. Saw you out here, struggling." "Why?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Sam shrugged. "Maybe I'm tired of people driving by, ignoring the broken down, the lost. Maybe I'm tired of being invisible." It was a strange confession, one I didn't know how to respond to. I wanted to trust, but after everything, that felt dangerous. "Can you fix my car?" I asked instead. Sam looked around, then back at me. "I can try. But it's not just the car. You're caught in something bigger than this road. The loops on your GPS, the fuel dropping, someone's watching, someone who knows you. I don't know why, but you're not the first." The words hit me like a punch. Not the first? Who else? How many? And why had I been chosen? I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp in my mouth. "What do I do?" Sam's eyes met mine, steady and real. "Keep moving. Don't trust the screens. Trust yourself. And don't let them see you break." I nodded, the words sinking in deeper than any advice I'd heard before. Moving. Trusting myself. Not breaking. It sounded simple, but I knew it wouldn't be. Sam disappeared into the shadows, leaving me alone again with the night and my thoughts. But this time, something inside me had shifted. The fear was still there, but so was something else, resolve. A stubborn spark that refused to be snuffed out. Hours later, just as the first light bled into the sky, my phone buzzed. A weak signal. A message. No sender, just a single line. "You survived the night." I stared at the screen, heart pounding, a strange mix of relief and dread flooding me. Survived. Not safe. Not done. I didn't reply. The highway stretched before me, quiet and empty, but I wasn't the same person who'd started this journey. I'd seen the edges of something dark and deliberate, a human cruelty wrapped in quiet menace. And I'd learned that sometimes the most dangerous things are the ones you never see coming. I started the engine. This time, it roared to life, steady and strong. I drove on, the rising sun warming my face, but the shadows in my mind stayed with me. Watching. Waiting. And I knew that, no matter how far I went, the echoes of that night would never leave. Story 2, Misleading Trails, Forest's Deadly Deception. I had never been much for camping. The air smelled like damp pine and something faintly metallic, maybe the remnants of last night's rain mixing with the iron-rich soil. I took a deep breath, trying to let it settle in my chest. It felt good, initially. The quiet was different out here, softer somehow, like the world was muffled by a thick blanket of green. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears just enough to make every snap of a twig feel louder than it should. I reached for my water bottle and took a slow sip. The cool liquid slid down my throat, sharp against the earthy taste lingering in my mouth. I glanced at the trail marker nailed to the weathered oak tree beside me, a bright orange square with a black item pointing right. The sign was supposed to be foolproof. At least, that's what the pamphlet promised when I checked in. I looked around again. The trail was narrow but clear enough, fringed with moss and fallen leaves. It wound gently uphill, the trees thickening as I walked. I liked the feeling, the gradual shift from open sky to a cathedral of branches and shadows. I could almost forget the world beyond this forest. Almost. That's when I noticed something strange. The orange marker I just passed was attached with fresh staples, and the item didn't quite line up with the path. It pointed right, but the trail curved left just a few feet ahead. I stopped and crouched down to inspect it more closely. The staples looked new, shiny even, whereas the tree bark around them was rough and peeling with age. My fingers pressed against the wood. It felt dry, rough. I had no idea when the marker had been put up, maybe yesterday, maybe years ago. But the angle was off. I swallowed hard, a prickly feeling crawling up my neck. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn earlier. I looked back the way I'd come. The path was empty, quiet except for the occasional chirp of a distant bird. No sign of anyone else. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. I stood up and glanced ahead again. The trail forked in two directions, neither exactly matching the crooked item on the marker. I turned left, following the curve, but kept my pace slow, eyes scanning the ground for any other signs. 5 minutes later, I ran into another marker. This one was a faded blue circle, peeling at the edges, but its item was freshly painted, pointing straight ahead where the path bent sharply right. Except the dirt trail ahead was barely visible, overgrown with weeds and scrub. I frowned and backed up a few steps, trying to find a more worn track. The only clear path was to the left, where the blue marker didn't indicate anything. That's when I realized the markers didn't just disagree, they contradicted each other. The orange one pointed one way, the blue another, and the natural path seemed to go a third direction entirely. I felt a cold sense of unease settle over me, like the forest was suddenly less welcoming and more watchful. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS. No signal. Of course. This was the one thing I hadn't fully prepared for. I promised myself to disconnect, but now it felt like a mistake. I tapped the screen a few times, hoping for a miracle, but the map was blank except for a blinking dot that didn't move. I sighed and stuffed the phone back into my jacket. Okay, I muttered. Just follow the trail. Keep calm. My hands trembled slightly and I brushed them against my jeans, trying to steady myself. I'd been alone before. Hiking alone wasn't exactly new. But something about this felt different. The markers, the overgrowth, the silence. It was as if someone had rearranged the forest just for me. I kept walking, slower now, listening hard for any sounds beyond the rustling leaves. The wind had picked up, whispering through the branches in a way that made me glance over my shoulder more than once. No one was there. No footsteps. No voices. Just the occasional caw of a crow breaking the stillness. A faint smell caught my attention next, something acrid, like burnt plastic or rubber. It was faint, almost ghostly, but definitely out of place among the pine and damp earth. I stopped again, looking around. The smell was stronger near a cluster of bushes to my right. Curiosity got the better of me. I pushed aside the thorny branches and found a torn piece of cloth snagged on a bramble. It was dark blue, stained with something brownish red. My stomach knotted. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the fabric looked like it could have come from a jacket or shirt. Someone else had been here recently. Someone who might have left in a hurry. I slipped the cloth into my pocket and stepped back onto the trail. The sun was starting its slow descent, filtering through the trees in golden shafts. Shadows stretched longer now, and the temperature dropped just enough to make my breath visible in quick puffs. I told myself that maybe an animal had torn the cloth, raccoons, deer, or even a careless hiker. Still, the unease persisted. I rounded a bend and spotted the cabin in the distance, its dark silhouette framed by the fading light. Relief bloomed inside me. Home. At last. But as I got closer, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. That was impossible. I had locked it before leaving this morning. I always did. I paused, heart thudding. The air felt heavier here. The smell of smoke lingered faintly, but the chimney was cold. No fire had been lit. I stepped forward, the gravel crunching under my boots. "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the trees. No answer. Inside, the cabin was quiet. Too quiet. Nothing seemed disturbed except for the door, hanging open like an invitation or a warning. I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Cups on the table, a book left open. The faint scent of pine cleaner mixed with something else, sweat. Or fear. I locked the door behind me and pressed my back against it, breathing shallow and fast. Outside, the wind carried a single, low whistle. Not from a bird. I couldn't tell if it was a warning or a game. I sat down heavily, my fingers clutching the piece of cloth in my pocket. The forest was no longer a place to escape. It was a trap. And I wasn't sure who was holding the key. The next morning arrived with an uneasy quiet that settled over the cabin like a shroud. I pushed myself upright, rubbing the back of my neck. My fingers searched the pocket where I'd stashed the torn cloth, fingers trembling more from exhaustion than fear. The cabin felt smaller, the shadows longer and darker, and the pale dawn light filtering through grimy windows. I couldn't ignore the smell anymore, something else beneath the pine cleaner and damp wood, that stale hint of sweat and something metallic, almost coppery. Like blood. I shook the thought away. I needed to figure out what was going on. The markers on the trail weren't just tampered with, they were manipulated with intent. Someone wanted me lost. Someone was watching. It wasn't paranoia anymore, it was a fact. I stood and moved to the window, careful not to make too much noise. The forest outside was dense, a tangled mass of trunks and branches blotting out the sky. The trail I thought I knew twisted and forked in ways that made no sense. I could see no footprints or signs of recent passage. Still, the feeling that I was being tracked settled in my chest like ice. I grabbed my notebook from the table, its pages now smudged with dirt and sweat. I flipped to the last entry, my observations about the trail markers, and stared at the crude symbols I'd sketched, trying to make sense of the pattern. There was something systematic about the tampering. It wasn't random vandalism. The items were subtly altered, some turned backwards, others erased entirely. Whoever had done this knew the forest intimately. I needed evidence, something tangible. I grabbed a small roll of tape and a pen and slipped out the back door, which creaked on its hinges. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was sharp and cold, smelling of damp earth and pine needles. Every step I took on the soft ground felt loud, too loud. I moved slowly, eyes darting to every tree, every shadow. I reached the first altered marker, a faded red ribbon tied around a branch. The knot was loose, almost careless, but the ribbon was frayed as if it had been cut and retied hastily. I circled the tree, looking for anything else. That's when I caught it, a faint scrape along the bark, parallel lines gouged into the wood, like someone had used a sharp tool to carve something small and precise. I traced the scratches with my finger, heart picking up pace. It was too deliberate to be natural damage. I taped the ribbon to my notebook and marked the tree's position on my mental map. As I moved deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, heavier. My breath came out in short bursts. The silence was thick, almost suffocating, punctuated only by the occasional snap of a twig or the distant caw of a crow. I kept turning back, half expecting to see someone following, but there was never anything. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. At the next fork, I found more evidence. The usual trail marker, a bright orange flag tied high on a branch, had been replaced by a dull, dirty piece of cloth, its edges ragged. I froze when I noticed fresh footprints in the mud nearby, too large for mine, with a tread pattern I didn't recognize. They headed off the trail, disappearing into the underbrush. My stomach tightened. Whoever was here had been watching me closely. I crouched and pressed my hand to the earth. The soil was cool and slightly wet. I could smell the faint tang of something else. Oil? Maybe a machine? I wrinkled my nose. No, it was the sharp bite of something chemical, cleaner perhaps. Someone had been here recently, cleaning or marking the area, leaving traces they hadn't intended for me to see. I pulled out my phone, but the screen stubbornly displayed no service. The signal was gone, swallowed by the woods. I tried again, willing it to connect, but nothing. The isolation pressed in harder. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my nerves. I needed to move carefully, but also quickly. The sun wouldn't stay up forever, and I wasn't sure the cabin was safe to return to. The open door from last night nodded me, an invitation or a threat, I still couldn't decide which. I headed back toward the cabin, eyes scanning every shadow, every rustle of leaves. The air smelled different now, faintly acrid. I caught a glimpse of something shiny on the ground near a cluster of bushes. Kneeling, I picked it up, a small, crumpled piece of paper, soaked and dirted but still legible. Writing, hurried and uneven, "Don't trust the path." My breath hitched. The handwriting was jagged, desperate. Someone else had been here, trapped or warned, just like me. I folded the note carefully and tucked it inside my jacket. Back at the cabin, I locked the door again, turning the key with deliberate care. The walls seemed to close in, the silence heavy and watchful. I sat at the table, the note burning a hole in my pocket. I traced my finger over the ribbon taped to my notebook, heart hammering. Whoever was doing this wasn't playing games, they were orchestrating a trap, and I was the prey. I needed an ally. But who in these woods could I trust? The thought made my skin crawl. A sudden knock at the door made me jump. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't expecting anyone. I pressed my back against the wall, eyes locked on the door. Knock. Knock. The sound was deliberate, slow, measured. No voice followed, no call. Just the knocking. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to scream or bolt. Instead, I whispered, "Who's there?" Silence. Then, a voice, low and cold, barely audible over the wind. "You shouldn't have come back." The door handle rattled lightly, as if someone was testing it. I backed away, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The cabin felt smaller, the woods closing in tighter. I wasn't just lost in the forest anymore. I was trapped in someone else's game. And they knew every move I made. The knocking stopped. I swallowed, fingers tightening around the notebook taped shut with that cruel red ribbon. I wanted to scream, to throw the door open and demand answers, but my voice was lost somewhere between panic and disbelief. Instead, I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer. Just the wind sighing through the branches, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine needles. The smell was supposed to be comforting, but right now it smelled like decay, like the forest was rotting from the inside. I moved away from the door, the floor creaking beneath my boots. My eyes darted around the cabin's cramped interior. Shadows pulled in the corners, merging with the faint glow of a single lantern hanging near the stove. The light flickered, casting jittery shapes on the walls. I couldn't tell if it was the wind or my nerves making the shadows dance. I needed to think, to breathe, to figure out how deep this trap went. The ribbon, the tampered trail markers, the way someone knew every turn I took. It wasn't random. It was calculated. Personal. "Who are you?" I whispered again, louder this time, but the forest swallowed the words. I sat down heavily on the threadbare couch, the springs groaning under me. My hands trembled so badly I almost dropped the notebook. I tried to steady my breathing, but my chest felt tight, like I was underwater and couldn't find the surface. Then, the door handle moved. Just a little. The lock didn't budge, but the slow rattle of the knob was deliberate, almost haunting. Whoever it was wanted me to know they could get in if they wanted. I clenched my fists until my nails bit into my palms. I didn't want to believe it, but there was no denying it anymore. I was trapped inside this cabin, cut off from everything familiar, with someone outside who had planned every step I took. And they were patient enough to wait me out. I dug into my pocket, fingers brushing against the cold metal of my phone. The screen was cracked, flickering weakly. No signal. Of course. Deep in these woods, the world was a distant memory. I tried to recall everything I'd seen on the trail, the signs, the marks carved into bark, the broken branches. At first, I thought it was careless nature or maybe bad weather. Now I knew better. The trail was a lie, a maze designed to keep me moving in circles, to wear me down. But why? What was the end game? The question gnawed at me, relentless. I got to my feet and paced. The cabin was small, too small to hide in, too small to defend. The windows were thin glass, easy to break. The door was old but sturdy. I'd checked it before. Whoever was out there had the advantage. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying a faint sound. Footsteps. A twig snapped. I froze. The air grew colder, even inside. I reached for the lantern, lit it properly this time. The warm glow was a small comfort, a fragile barrier against the dark. I wished I had a way to call for help, a way to signal someone, anyone. But the woods were silent except for the occasional rustle. I sat back down, notebook open now. The ribbon lay in my lap, a bright slash of red against the faded pages. I flipped through the entries, notes about the trail, sketches of the markers, my observations, and then I stopped. There, scrawled in hurried handwriting on the last page, was something new. Not mine. A message. Don't trust the cabin. My breath caught. I stared at the words, ink smeared as if written in haste. That voice outside the door wasn't just a threat. It was a warning. I looked around, suddenly unsure of everything. The cabin felt less like a refuge and more like a cage. Had I been tricked into coming here? Was this the real trap? I stood again, heart hammering. I had to get out, had to find another way. But the windows too high, too small. The door locked tight. The forest an endless maze of shadows. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate tapping on the window frame. I froze. The window was at eye level from the outside. Someone was there, just beyond the glass. I couldn't see their face, only the vague silhouette against the moonlight. The tapping continued, 3 taps, then 2, then 1. Like a code. "Stop," I whispered. "Please." The tapping stopped. Silence. Then a voice, barely above a breath, slipped through the glass cracks. "You're already too far in." The words sank like stones. I had crossed the point of no return. No way back. No easy way out. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a prison. And I was its prisoner. I backed away from the window, heart racing. The cabin felt colder, the shadows deeper. The notebook slipped from my hands, pages fanning open on the floor. Outside, the tapping started again, slow and steady. I didn't know who was out there, but I knew one thing with terrifying clarity. They weren't going to let me leave. Not alive. Not without their story playing out. I sank to the floor, breath ragged, mind racing. The woods waited. The game had changed. And I was running out of time. The tapping grew louder, closer, merging with a low, guttural whisper that seeped through the walls. Every instinct screamed to hide, but the cold grip of dread pinned me in place. Somewhere beyond the dark, the story was still unfolding, and I was its next chapter. The tapping stopped. Just like that. The silence hit me harder than the noise ever did. I sat frozen on the floor, listening for the next sound, but there was only the faint rustle of leaves outside, the whistle of wind threading through the trees, and my own ragged breathing. I wasn't sure if that quiet was worse or better. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. Waiting. I glanced down at the notebook, pages still splayed open, inked words swimming in the dim light from the cracked window. My fingers trembled as I traced a line I'd scribbled earlier. They know. Every step. Every wrong turn. The thought crawled under my skin like cold ants. Someone was out there, watching. Not just watching, but guiding me deeper into a maze that didn't want to be escaped. I forced myself up, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The cabin felt colder now, like the walls themselves had absorbed the fear I'd been carrying. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering not from the temperature, but from the realization that I was completely alone. Except, of course, for whoever wanted me lost. A breeze slipped through the broken window pane, carrying in the scent of damp earth and pine needles, but beneath that, something else lingered, smoke. Or maybe the faint tang of something metallic, like rusted iron. I blinked, trying to shake off the uneasy sensation, but it clung to me. I hated how the senses could betray you, twisting simple smells into warnings. I paced toward the door, my boots silent on the threadbare rug. The forest outside was a black wall, unchanging and impenetrable. I pressed my ear to the wood, willing myself to hear something, anything. Hard to believe, I know. But only the wind answered. "Whoever you are," I whispered, voice cracking, "I'm not scared of you." The words felt hollow, like a child trying to bluff a bully. The tapping returned suddenly, sharp, deliberate, closer now. Too close. I ducked behind the doorframe, heart thudding so loud I was sure it would give me away. My eyes darted to the window, catching a shadow flicker between the trees. Something moved, quick and low, like a fox slipping through underbrush. But this wasn't nature. It was deliberate. Human. I swallowed hard, forcing down the dry lump in my throat. There was no way out. No path back to the cabin's safety, no signal for help, no friendly face waiting just beyond the woods. Just me, and whoever was toying with me. I pulled the notebook close, flipping through pages for a clue, a pattern, something I'd missed. The trail markers, those bright orange ribbons nailed to trees, had been removed or replaced. Someone had gone out of their way to erase every signpost, every breadcrumb I'd hoped to follow. It wasn't an accident. It was a trap. My fingers stopped on a sketch, a crude map I'd drawn, marked with circles and item. I traced the route I'd taken, but it didn't make sense anymore. The woods had shifted, or maybe I had. The trees I recognized were gone, replaced by unfamiliar thickets and gnarled roots. It was like the forest was breathing, rearranging itself just to keep me lost. A sudden snap echoed from the undergrowth. I whipped around, heart pounding. A flash of movement, then silence again. My breath hitched. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. I had to move, but every step felt like I was walking deeper into a snare. My legs shook, knees weak. I reached the window, peering out into the night. Moonlight filtered through branches, casting long shadows that seemed to flicker and dance. I thought I saw a face, no, a shape just beyond the clearing. But when I blinked, it was gone. "Show yourself," I called out, voice steadier than I expected. "I'm not playing your game anymore." Silence. Then the tapping resumed, but faster now, a frantic Morse code of fear and frustration. It wasn't just an annoyance anymore. It was a message. A warning. A countdown. I backed away from the window, head spinning. The cabin was a cage, the woods a labyrinth, and me, the unwilling player in a cruel puzzle with no solution. My hands were sweaty, fingers curling into fists to stop them trembling. I needed a plan. Something. Anything. The idea hit me suddenly. If the trail markers were gone, maybe I could make my own. I ripped a strip from my shirt, tying it to a low branch near the window. A bright, clumsy flag in the dark. It wouldn't stop whoever was out there, but it was a start. A signal to myself that I could still fight. I grabbed my backpack, empty except for the notebook and a half-empty water bottle, and slipped on my jacket. The chill bit through the fabric, but adrenaline burned hotter. The only way forward was out. I stepped outside, the night swallowing me whole. The forest smelled of wet leaves and moss, the air thick with the promise of rain. My boots sank slightly into the soft earth, the sounds of my own movement loud in the quiet. Ahead, the path forked. Left or right? I hesitated, heart hammering. The markers had been lies. The woods were a puzzle box. But I had to choose. I took the left trail, pressing forward, every sense straining. The branches scraped my jacket, the wind whispered secrets I couldn't understand, and somewhere behind me, the tapping slowed, then stopped. I dared to glance back. Nothing but darkness. A sudden rustle made me whip around. A figure stood just beyond the trees, barely visible in the moonlight, tall, still, watching. My breath caught. Then it moved, stepping back into the shadows. I swallowed, voice barely a whisper. "Why are you doing this?" No answer. Just silence. I kept walking, faster now, the forest closing in. Every snap of twig was a shout. Every shadow a threat. My mind raced. Was this a game? A punishment? A desperate cry for attention? I didn't know. I only knew that I couldn't stop. Not yet. The path twisted sharply, and I stumbled into a clearing. Moonlight spilled over a circle of stones, ancient, moss-covered, cold. My skin prickled. This wasn't just a random spot. It felt deliberate, like a stage set for something I wasn't ready to see. I sank to my knees, breath ragged. The notebook slipped from my grasp, pages fluttering open to a new entry I hadn't written. Words scrawled in a different hand. You're not alone. You never were. I looked up. The woods were quiet again. Too quiet. Then, from the edge of the clearing, a voice whispered, soft, familiar, chilling, "You found our story. Now it's time to listen." I froze, the weight of those words pressing down on me harder than the night itself. The forest had spoken, and I had no choice but to follow. I sat on the cold stone rim of the circle, the moss damp beneath my fingers, and stared at the notebook's open page. I didn't move for a long moment. The forest felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to respond. I wanted to shout back, demand who was out there, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I rubbed my hands over my face, tasting the cold dampness on my skin, the faint metallic tang of panic that hadn't quite left. The night stretched on. The moon moved behind a thin veil of clouds, casting the stones into blurry shadows. I felt exposed, naked in a way I hadn't anticipated. This wasn't just a game or some cruel prank. It was something else. Something personal. Someone had been here, had planned all of this. Someone who knew me, or at least wanted me to think they did. I stood up slowly, the muscles in my legs stiff from hours of running and falling. The notebook's pages fluttered in the breeze, but I clutched it tight, like a lifeline. There was no way back through the woods the way I'd come. Not without following their trail. Their story. I tried to piece it all together. The tampered trail markers, the whispered words, the circle of stones. Not random. Someone had orchestrated this. But why? And how had they watched me so closely? My mind reeled with possibilities, none of them comforting. I remembered the way the voice had sounded familiar, almost gentle, but laced with something darker. A warning? An invitation? I couldn't tell. "You found our story," it said. Whose story? And what was I supposed to listen for? I knew I couldn't stay in that clearing all night. The cold seeped into my bones, and the forest was a maze I couldn't navigate anymore. With a deep breath, I folded the notebook and slipped it into my jacket pocket. I had to move, to find some sort of shelter, some sign of civilization. I picked a direction, not because I trusted my sense of orientation, but because I had to keep going. The forest around me felt alive, the shadows shifting just beyond the reach of my flashlight. Every crackle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig set my nerves on edge. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but when I stopped and turned, nothing was there. Hours passed like this, a slow crawl through the underbrush. My stomach growled, but I had no appetite. The taste of wet earth and pine needles filled my mouth. I tried to ignore the growing weight in my chest, the dread that maybe I wasn't going anywhere at all. And then, just as dawn began to pale the sky, I saw it. Not a person, not a light. A small, weathered sign, half buried in moss and dirt. I stumbled forward, heart hammering. The words were faint, but clear, cabin 2 miles. I sank against a tree, relief washing over me in a slow, trembling wave. I wasn't alone. Not completely. Someone had wanted me to find this. Or maybe they wanted me to keep running in circles until I broke. I didn't know which was worse. The sun rose fully by the time I reached the cabin. It stood quiet and empty, the door hanging slightly ajar. I pushed it open cautiously, the scent of dust and old wood greeting me. Inside, scattered papers lay on a table, maps with routes crossed out, notes scribbled in the margins. Someone had been tracking the forest for a long time. I pulled the notebook from my pocket and set it beside the others. It felt like joining a conversation that had been going on long before I arrived. I read through the notes, trying to find a pattern, a clue. Names, dates, cryptic references to the Watchers, and the paths that don't lead home. The weight of it all pressed down on me. This wasn't just about me. It was bigger. Older. The feeling settled like a stone in my stomach. I had stumbled into something I couldn't walk away from, no matter how far I ran. I spent the day in the cabin, resting, trying to steady my thoughts. The forest outside whispered its secrets, but inside, the silence was almost worse. I thought about the person who had been watching me, the voice that had spoken from the shadows. They hadn't shown themselves again. Maybe they never meant to. Maybe the game was over. Or maybe I was just the latest player to learn the rules. By nightfall, I was exhausted but restless. The notebook was open on my lap, the pages filled with new notes I'd scribbled, observations, questions, wild guesses. I realized I was no longer just a victim or a lost traveler. I had become part of the story, part of its tangled web. I thought about the cabin's creaking walls, the way the wind pushed against the windows like it wanted in. I wondered if the Watcher was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching, waiting. I looked around the room, the fading light casting long shadows on the floorboards. The fear hadn't left me, but it had changed. It was quieter now, more focused. A steady hum beneath the surface. I was tired of running. I was ready to listen. The next morning, I left the cabin with a plan. Not to escape, but to understand, to find the edges of the story and maybe, just maybe, write my own ending. I knew the forest would test me again. It always did. But I also knew something else. I wasn't the same person who had stumbled into those woods days ago. There was a hard-earned clarity now, a sharpness born from every wrong turn, every whispered threat. The forest had changed me. It had stripped away my certainty and left me raw, but awake. I stepped onto the path, the notebook tucked safely in my pack. The trail markers were still there, some real, some false, but this time, I wasn't looking for a way out. I was looking for the truth. The woods didn't answer easily. They never did. But I was ready to listen. And for the first time, I wasn't afraid of what I might find. Story 3, The Repository of Lost Memories, Haunting Relics Awaken. The repository of lost things wasn't exactly what I pictured when I took the job. I arrived just as the sun was slipping behind the warehouse district, the sky bruised purple and orange. The building itself was an old brick structure, part of a block that once thrummed with factory workers and freight trains. Now, it sat quietly, tucked between a shuttered bakery and a peeling paint storefront that sold antique furniture nobody wanted. I liked the quiet more than I thought I would. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, the faint scrape of my chair on the linoleum floor, and the occasional distant thud of a delivery truck made it all feel oddly alive. Morning, I said to no one in particular as I pushed open the heavy glass door. The sound echoed down the empty hallways. I was cataloging lost items, everything from wristwatches to worn-out shoes, torn photograph albums to half-melted candles. Each object was tagged, described, and stored in numbered boxes that lined the shelves like silent sentinels. The job was simple enough, repetitive even, but it gave me something to focus on. Something to keep my hands busy and my mind from wandering too far. The first day had been uneventful. The second, mostly the same. Routine, predictable. Yet, today felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way the overhead light flickered intermittently, throwing thin shadows across the rows of shelves. Or how the air conditioning seemed to pulse, breathing cold drafts against my neck. Something about the quiet was too perfect. I was handling a small collection of items from a recent batch when I noticed it, a pair of old leather gloves, scuffed and stained, with a faded name stitched inside the wrist, M. Ellis. The handwriting was delicate, almost feminine. I flipped the gloves over in my hands, the leather stiff but pliable in spots. They smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and something else, maybe pine? I couldn't be sure. I paused. The name felt oddly familiar. Not the gloves themselves, I'd never seen them before, but the name, or at least the letters. That part of me that tried to piece together my own history, what little I had of it, pricked at the edges of my memory. It was like trying to grasp a shadow. I set the gloves down carefully and moved on, but they lingered in my thoughts. I found myself scanning the other items for anything else connected to M. Ellis, but there was nothing. Just an old brass key, a cracked camera lens, and a handful of mismatched buttons. During my lunch break, I wandered outside to the small courtyard behind the building. The air was cooler there, and the scent of wet earth mixed with the faint smell of exhaust from passing cars. A stray dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then silence. I sat on the cold concrete bench and pulled out the gloves from my bag. I turned them over again, tracing the letters with my fingertip. Why did they feel so important? I caught myself watching my breath in the chilly air. It came out in short, foggy puffs, visible and fleeting. I wanted to believe it was nothing. That the gloves were just another lost item, anonymous and forgotten. But something was clawing at me, a whisper beneath the surface. Back inside, the hum of the fluorescent lights seemed louder, more intrusive. I tried to focus on the next box. It was labeled miscellaneous, which usually meant odds and ends no one cared enough about to categorize properly. I pulled out a small, cracked music box painted blue with chipped white stars. I wound it up, and a brittle, tinny melody played, the kind that always reminded me of childhood birthdays or old movies. Except, I hadn't had a childhood like that. Not the kind with birthdays or music boxes. I caught myself trying to place the tune. It was familiar but just out of reach. My fingers trembled slightly, and I set the music box down quickly. The room felt colder suddenly, though the thermostat hadn't changed. "Hey, are you okay?" a voice interrupted. I looked up to see Mara, the only other person who worked here. She was carrying a clipboard, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just, this place gets to me sometimes." She nodded, her eyes scanning the shelves behind me. "I know how that sounds, but you get used to it. It's just stuff, after all. Stuff people lose or forget." "Right," I said, but the words felt hollow. Mara glanced at the music box. "That one's been here for a while. Came in with a batch from an estate sale. No one claimed it. Do you ever wonder why these things end up here?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. "I mean, some of them look like they belong to someone important. Or at least, someone who cared." She shrugged. "People lose things for all sorts of reasons. Moving, accidents, forgetfulness. Sometimes they don't want to be found." Her words stirred a strange unease in me. I nodded slowly, trying to shake off the feeling, but it lingered like a shadow at the edge of my vision. Later, as the building emptied and the sun dipped lower, I found myself back at the gloves. Something about the name inside was gnawing at me. I pulled out my phone and typed M. Ellis Lost Items into the search bar, half expecting nothing. But there it was, a faded news clipping from years ago about a missing person named Margaret Ellis. The photo was grainy, the face blurred enough to be unrecognizable, but the name matched. I swallowed hard. My fingers hovered over the screen, the light casting shadows across my face. The article mentioned the disappearance of a woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a small apartment filled with personal belongings and unanswered questions. I closed the article quickly, my heart tickling with unease. Why did I feel like this was connected to me? Was it coincidence? Or something else? I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. It was late, and I was tired. Probably just my imagination playing tricks after too many hours alone in the warehouse. But as I gathered my things to leave, I noticed the faint sound of footsteps echoing somewhere down the long corridor. Slow. Unsteady. I stopped. The building was supposed to be empty. I called out softly, "Hello?" No answer. The footsteps continued, then faded into silence. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a late worker or a visitor who forgot their badge. Still, as I locked the door behind me and stepped into the cool night air, I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the repository wasn't quite right. Like the lost things weren't just misplaced, but waiting. Waiting for me. And maybe, just maybe, someone was trying to rewrite the story of who I was, one forgotten object at a time. The night air was sharp and cold as I stepped out of the repository, the door clicking shut behind me. The echo of those slow, uneven footsteps still hovered in my ears. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my palms as I fumbled for my keys. I knew how that sounded, paranoia creeping in after the long hours, but something about the silence felt wrong. Too complete. Like the building was holding its breath. I walked to the bus stop under the flickering street lamp, each breath forming a brief cloud before vanishing into the dark. The spot was usually empty at this hour, but tonight, a lone figure leaned against the pole, head down. I could barely make out the outline, but the way they shifted made my skin crawl. I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, heart tightening as if expecting someone, or something, to spring from the shadows. Once home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd left a door open, figuratively, at least. I sat at my kitchen table, the dim light buzzing overhead, and pulled out the article I'd found earlier. The apartment described, the one filled with personal belongings and unanswered questions, was too familiar. The layout, the scattered objects, even the smell of stale coffee mentioned in the report. I traced the lines of the page with my finger, my breathing shallow. The next morning came gray and wet, the kind of morning that presses down on your chest. I woke up with a dull ache between my shoulder blades, a reminder that the night's unease had settled deep. Coffee was a necessity, not a pleasure. I stood in the kitchen, the bitter liquid still warm in my mouth, staring out the window into the dull drizzle. Something had to be done. I couldn't just sit with the feelings gnawing at me. Back at the repository, the fluorescent lights flickered sporadically, casting long shadows across the endless rows of shelves. The scent of old paper and dust was overwhelming, yet oddly comforting in its constancy. I had to keep my focus. I started my investigation systematically, pulling every item tied to that apartment from the catalog. Each one was a thread, and I was desperate to see the pattern they formed. First was a cracked porcelain cup, chipped just enough to feel fragile in my hands. I ran my thumb over the faded floral pattern, a strange familiarity stirring beneath the surface. Then a worn leather journal, its pages yellowed and curling at the edges. The handwriting inside was neat but hurried, as if the writer was racing against time or memory. Reading the entries, I caught fragments, dates, names, places that didn't make sense to me but felt like echoes of a life I should have known. I began to jot down everything, comparing notes, cross-referencing items. The more I uncovered, the clearer it became, These objects weren't just lost, they were deliberately misplaced. Someone was erasing histories, rewriting stories. But why? And why did pieces of that erased life feel so close to mine? Late in the afternoon, Mira stopped by my desk. She was one of the senior catalogers, sharp-eyed and direct, with a dryness that both annoyed and reassured me. "You look like you've been chasing ghosts," she said, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not sure," I replied, pushing the journal across to her. "These items, they're connected to a place I found out about last night. The apartment from that article. It's like someone's systematically wiping it from existence. And parts of it, they feel familiar." Mira flipped through the journal, her lips pressing into a thin line. After a moment, she looked up, eyes narrowing. "You're saying the repository's inventory isn't just random? That someone's editing history?" I shrugged, uneasy. "I don't know how else to explain it. But it's more than coincidence. I'm starting to think someone's targeting certain objects and maybe, by extension, people." She tapped the journal thoughtfully. "That's a dangerous line of thought. People don't like their secrets dug up, especially if those secrets threaten them." Her words settled over me like a weight. I'd sensed the undercurrents here for a while, whispers behind closed doors, the way some items disappeared without explanation, but hearing it aloud made it real. "I'm going to keep looking," I said, voice low. "I need to know what I'm dealing with." Mira nodded slowly. "Be careful. This place, it holds more than lost things. It holds lost people, too. And some of those people would prefer to stay lost." The day slipped away under a gray sky, the rain intensifying as evening fell. Alone in the quiet of the repository, I returned to the shelf where I'd found the cracked cup. Something brushed against my sleeve, a small slip of paper, folded and worn. I hadn't noticed it before. I unfolded it carefully. A note, brief and cryptic, "They watch. Don't trust the quiet." The words were typed, but the paper smelled faintly of smoke and something metallic I couldn't place. My pulse quickened. Someone had left this for me. Or maybe it was a warning. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow lingering just beyond the rows of shelves. The silence pressed in, thick and watchful. I slipped the note into my pocket and hurried out, the rain soaking through my jacket. Outside, the city felt different, duller, colder, as if it too was holding its breath. I pulled my collar up and started walking, every step echoing in the empty streets. Who was watching? And what were they trying to erase? The questions circled like vultures. And I was running out of time. The rain had stopped by the time I reached my apartment, but the air still tasted damp and heavy, like the sky was holding back something it couldn't quite let go. That night, sleep was a distant idea. Instead, I sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by scattered papers and open boxes pulled from the repository's archives, trying to make sense of what I was chasing or what was chasing me. The cracked cup, the note, the objects tied to memories I never had. Each piece felt like a puzzle edge forced into place by someone else's hand. Someone who didn't want me to remember, or worse, wanted me to forget. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, short and sharp. "Stop digging. It's not for you." I stared at the screen, the cold glow casting long shadows in the dark room. The words weren't threatening in a conventional way. No threats, no demands. Just a cold, clinical warning. I typed back, fingers trembling. "Who is this?" No reply. Morning came reluctantly, the sky a pale wash of gray. I didn't want to go back to the repository, but I had to. There was a line now, a point where I couldn't turn back. Not without answers. not without understanding what they were trying to erase and why it involved me. Walking through the familiar maze of shelves, I noticed a new sign taped to the entrance: restricted access, staff only beyond this point. It was freshly printed, the edges curling slightly as though no one expected it to stay up long. I'd never seen it before. Inside, the usual hum of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, but something felt off. The air smelled faintly of bleach and old paper, but beneath that, a sharper scent like metal again, or maybe oil. I paused near the back, where the oldest artifacts rested in locked cabinets behind thick glass. The cracked cup had vanished from its shelf. Vanished without a trace. I asked the night clerk, a young woman named Elise, about it. Her eyes flickered away when I mentioned the cup. "They're moving some things. Management says it's for preservation," she said, voice low. "You know how it is." But her hand shook just slightly as she spoke, and I caught the faintest tremor in her smile. Not the usual tiredness from late shifts. Something else. Fear? Guilt? I couldn't tell. Later, I found a narrow corridor I'd never noticed before, tucked behind stacks of decommissioned files. It smelled of damp plaster and forgotten years. The walls were rough to the touch, uneven where the paint had chipped away, revealing layers of older colors beneath. I followed it, my footsteps echoing softly until I reached a door marked with a faded symbol, a circle crossed by a single diagonal line. No words. The door was unlocked. Inside was a small room, cramped and dim. A single desk held a laptop, its screen open on a lock-in page. I hesitated, then slid into the chair. The keyboard felt cold under my fingers. I tried a few guesses, passwords from my own life, fragments of memories that felt like they belonged to someone else. None worked. Then a folder caught my eye, subject files. The name sent a sudden chill down my spine. I clicked it open. Rows of documents appeared, each labeled with dates and codes, but the names were different. Not the usual catalog titles. Names I didn't recognize except one. Mine. Or what should have been mine. I opened the file with trembling hands. Photographs, notes, and reports detailed a person, me, apparently, but with details that didn't match who I thought I was. Different childhood locations. Alternate school records. Names of people I'd never met but who were supposed to be part of my history. The files were thorough, clinical. Like a dossier assembled to overwrite a life. I heard footsteps outside. Quick, deliberate. Panic surged. I closed the laptop and slipped the files onto the desk, heart hammering. Whoever was out there was coming closer. The door handle turned slowly. I shoved myself behind the desk just as the door creaked open. Looking for something? The voice was low, familiar. Cold, controlled. It was Martin, the repository's lead archivist. His eyes narrowed, scanning the room. I swallowed. I thought this room was off limits. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The faint click of the lock echoed. Yes. For good reason. His gaze flicked to the laptop. Some things are better left undiscovered. I swallowed down the rising dread. Why my file? Why is there a file on me here? Martin's expression didn't change. Because you're not supposed to be here. Not really. You were brought into catalog memories, but some memories aren't yours to keep. Who brought me in? Who decided I'd be part of this? The words tumbled out, urgent and raw. He hesitated, then said, "You volunteered. Or at least, you thought you did. But I don't remember applying. I don't remember much at all." My voice cracked. And now I don't even know who I am. Martin's eyes softened for a fraction of a second before the coldness returned. You're part of the collection now. Part of the repository's purpose. Erasing, replacing, preserving, it's all connected. You can't undo it. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. I tried to stand, but my legs felt weak, as if the floor had slipped away beneath me. Why? Why erase me? I managed. He looked away, voice dropping. Because some pasts threaten the present. And some people decide which pasts get to stay. I noticed then a small camera in the corner of the room, its red light blinking steadily. Watching. Recording. Who else knows? I whispered. Martin's smile was thin and tired. Enough to make sure you don't leave. The door rattled suddenly, as if someone was trying to get in from the other side. Both our heads snapped toward the noise. Time's up, Martin said quietly. You're already too deep. There's no going back now. I felt the cold air press in from all sides. The walls, the shadows, even the silence seemed to close around me. The note's warning echoed in my mind. They watch. Don't trust the quiet. Only now, I understood. The quiet wasn't empty. It was full. And I was trapped inside it. No escape. Not anymore. The door rattled again, sharper this time, a desperate sound that scraped against the thick metal frame like fingernails on slate. Time's up, he said, voice low and clipped. You're already too deep. There's no going back now. I wanted to ask him how deep was too deep, but my throat had gone dry. Instead, I swallowed hard, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood, my own, maybe from biting my lip too hard. The room was tight, the stale air thick with dust and something else, something sharp and cold that I couldn't place. Fear? Or something worse? The rattling stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. And then, footsteps. Slow and deliberate, echoing down the corridor outside the door. My fingers twitched, scraping against the chipped paint of the wall. My mind spun, trying to grasp any plan, any hope of escape. But Martin was right. I was tangled too deep in this mess. Who's there? I whispered, voice barely more than breath. No answer. I glanced at Martin. His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to me. They're testing you. Seeing if you crack. I swallowed again, the dry scrape of my throat making me cough. Why me? Why erase my memories? What do you want from me? Martin's face tightened. Because some pasts threaten the present. And some people decide which pasts get to stay. His words hung between us, heavy as the dust motes in the air. I wanted to believe him, but every instinct screamed that he was hiding something deeper. Something darker. The footsteps grew louder, closer. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, a wild, staccato rhythm that made my fingers tremble. I wiped them on my jeans, trying to steady myself, but the cold sweat on my palms betrayed me. A shadow appeared beneath the narrow window at the top of the door. A silhouette, unmoving. Martin's voice dropped to a whisper. You have one chance. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded note. Read it. Understand. Then decide. I took the note, feeling the rough crease of the paper under my fingertips. The smell of ink and old paper was familiar, but the words inside were anything but. Trust no one. The past is a lie they feed you. The truth is buried where the light doesn't reach. I looked up, eyes searching Martin's face for any hint of reassurance. Instead, I found a flicker of something else, regret. Fear? Or something colder? Where? I asked, voice barely audible. He shook his head. I can't say. But if you want your memories back, if you want to know who you really are, you'll have to find it yourself. Before they do. Before they do. The words echoed in my mind, pounding with a sudden urgency that made the air feel thinner, harder to breathe. The door handle rattled once more. Then a voice, low and calm, but with a hardness that made my skin crawl. Time to come out. We can do this nicely, or we can waste everyone's time. Martin's eyes flicked toward the camera again. You don't have to do this. The voice outside laughed softly. Oh, but we do. It's not just about you anymore. It's about the order, the control, the story they want told. Control. The words settled over me like a shroud. I realized then that this wasn't just about erasing memories. This was about rewriting reality. I folded the note slowly, slipping it into my jacket pocket. My hands still trembled, but I forced myself to stand. My legs shook, but I wouldn't fall. Not yet. Let them in, Martin said quietly, stepping away from the wall. If you want answers, this is your moment. The door clicked, then swung open. Two figures stepped inside, their faces obscured by the shadows cast from a flickering overhead light. No sudden moves. No threats. Just a quiet, suffocating presence. One of them spoke, voice smooth but cold. You've seen too much. You think you can change the story, but you're just a page in it. A footnote at best. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. Why me? The other stepped forward, and the light caught her face, a pale, unreadable mask. Because you remember. Because you feel the cracks. And because someone forgot to erase you completely. I met her eyes, searching for anything human, anything vulnerable. But there was only steel. Martin's gaze pinned me in place. You can still walk away. I shook my head, voice firmer than I expected. No. I want to know. The woman smiled, a thin, humorless curve. Brave. Or foolish. Maybe both. They moved closer, narrowing the distance like predators circling. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered violently, then went out, plunging the room into darkness. My breath hitched, and I reached out blindly, heart hammering. A whisper floated through the blackness, soft, chilling. Remember. Or be lost forever. Then a harsh click, the door locking behind me. Silence. Complete silence. The camera's red light blinked once, then vanished. And I realized this was no longer a place of lost things. This was a trap. A cage. And I was its prisoner. I pressed my back against the cold wall, fingers tracing the rough plaster as I tried to steady my breathing. The note burned in my pocket, a fragile thread to a past someone wanted erased. But some memories refused to die. I didn't know who these people were, or what story they wanted me to tell. I only knew one thing for certain. They had underestimated me. Because the darkness wasn't just closing in around me. It was inside me. And I was running out of time. The silence stretched so long I stopped counting seconds. The lock clicked again. Not open. Just a reminder. I swallowed hard. My fingers brushed the note in my pocket. It was crumpled, worn, but still there, the fragile thread to a past I was being forced to forget. I needed to remember. Not just because of the note, but because the memories clawed at the edges of my mind, unbidden and unwanted, as if someone was rewriting the margins of my life without permission. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, feeling the cool plaster seep through my skin. My breathing slowed. I did what I told myself I would. I listened. Not just to the room, but to the faint echoes inside my head. The whisper, the warning, the darkness that wasn't just around me but inside me. I couldn't run from that. Minutes passed. The light flickered once more, an agonizing tease. Then the door creaked. Slowly, painfully, it unlocked. I didn't move. I waited for whatever came next. The door swung open just enough for a sliver of dim light to spill in. Footsteps hesitated on the threshold. Then a voice, a man's, calm but with an edge that made my skin prickle. "You don't have to stay here," he said. "But you need to understand what's happening." I didn't respond. My throat felt dry, tight. Couldn't tell if I was afraid or furious or some tangled mess of both. The figure stepped inside, the light outlining a man in a rumpled jacket, his eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. Not a monster, not a ghost. Just human. Like me. "You're cataloging memories that aren't yours," he said, voice low. "And someone's been erasing your past to replace it with lies. You're caught in the middle." I swallowed again. "Who?" My voice cracked. "Why me?" He shrugged, a tired gesture. "Because you're the only one who can see the difference." The door clicked shut behind him. No more shadows. Just two people in a room with secrets between them. He pulled out a small folder, worn and stained, and dropped it on the floor. "Look." Inside were photographs, letters, a few faded receipts. All tied to me, or what I was supposed to be. But none of them fit. Faces I didn't recognize, places I'd never been, dates that didn't add up. "It's a replacement memory project," he explained. "An attempt to rewrite who you are by controlling what you remember. They want to erase the real you." I sat down heavily, the weight of the folder heavy in my lap. My hands trembled as I flipped through the pages. Each image was a lie. Each note a carefully crafted deception. "But why?" I whispered. "Because you found something you weren't supposed to," he said, his eyes darkening. "Something dangerous to them." I thought about the repository, the lost things, the memories that weren't mine but felt like they should be. The cold grip of forgetting. The feeling of being hunted by shadows that weren't supernatural but just as terrifying. "Can I stop it?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "You already are. By remembering. By refusing to be erased." The room felt different now, less like a trap and more like a battleground. I wasn't just a prisoner anymore. I was a fighter. Outside, the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting pale gold through the tiny window. I watched the shadows retreat, but I knew they'd be back. The fight wasn't over. It never would be. But I wasn't lost anymore. I was found. And I would remember. The man's words settled inside me like fire, burning away the last remnants of doubt. I flexed my fingers, feeling the roughness of the cold stone beneath them, grounding me in the reality of my resolve. The room seemed to pulse with a strange energy now, as if my defiance had awakened something dormant within these walls. He stepped closer, his eyes searching mine. "You carry more than memories. You carry a spark, the reason they fear you." His voice was low, almost reverent, yet edged with urgency. "They want to break you, erase the truth you hold. But the truth is stronger than any chains." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling deeper than I expected. What was this truth? What had I forgotten, and what would remembering cost me? The questions threatened to overwhelm me, but the flicker of light outside reminded me surrender was not an option. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly down the corridor, a reminder that time was slipping away. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He hesitated, then smiled with a strange mixture of relief and sadness. "A friend. Or at least, someone who remembers when others forget." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, worn notebook. "This might help." He handed it to me carefully, as if it were a fragile relic. The cover was embossed with a symbol I didn't recognize, but the pages inside were filled with scrawled notes, maps, and names, fragments of a puzzle I was desperate to solve. I flipped through the notebook, each word igniting flickers of recognition. There were dates marked in red ink, locations that tugged at distant memories, and cryptic references to a resistance, something that had existed before I was taken. A cause worth fighting for. A reason to hold on. "Why me?" I asked, tracing the lines of a map that seemed familiar. "Because you remember. Because you can still fight. Because if you don't, who will?" The footsteps grew louder now, approaching my door. The man's gaze sharpened. "They're coming. You need to go. Now." My heart hammered against my ribs, but fear no longer ruled me. I tucked the notebook into my jacket and rose, steady despite the cold and confinement. The window, small as it was, offered a glimpse of freedom, the world beyond my prison. He slid a worn but sturdy key across the floor to me. "This unlocks your cell and a path out. But be careful, they're watching." I grasped the key, the metal cool and real in my palm. "Thank you," I said, "for reminding me who I am." He nodded once, sharply. "Remember this, memory is power. Never let them take it." With one last glance at the fading shadows, I moved to the door. The key slipped smoothly into the lock. The door creaked open, spilling cold air and possibility into the room. The corridor stretched before me, dim and silent, but alive with promise. My past, my truth, my fight, all waiting beyond these walls. And I was ready to reclaim them. Story 4, Cedar Hollow's Silent Divide, a town that won't accept. The first morning in Cedar Hollow was quieter than I expected. I had moved here with Jamie 2 weeks ago. Jamie, who insisted this was the perfect place to start fresh, away from the noise of the city and the cluttered past we both carried. I wanted to believe that, too. I wanted to believe the slow rhythm of small-town life would smooth the ragged edges of our relationship, but the truth had already begun to erode the foundation beneath us. Jamie came out onto the porch, holding 2 mugs of coffee. Steam rose in lazy spirals, the rich bitterness cutting through the morning chill. "You're up early," Jamie said, voice low, almost careful. I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Jet lag, maybe. Or nerves." The words felt brittle. Nerves? For what? I wasn't sure anymore. Jamie handed me a mug, their fingers brushing mine briefly. That touch, familiar, meant to comfort, felt strangely distant. Like it belonged to someone else. "There's a meeting tonight," Jamie said, eyes flicking toward the street, where a few neighbors had already started their daily routines. "The community center. Everyone's coming. They want you there." I nodded, though a small knot tightened in my stomach. "Everyone?" I asked, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. Jamie's lips pressed into a thin line. "Mostly. It's important to them that you're involved." I'd already noticed how often Jamie spoke about the town using them and we as if I existed outside the circle. It was subtle at first, comments dropped in passing, invitations that never quite extended to me, conversations that stopped when I entered the room. Small things, maybe nothing. but a creeping feeling told me otherwise. Later that afternoon, I wandered down to the main street, the uneven pavement warm under my feet. Storefronts stood close together, painted in muted pastels, their windows fogged with condensation. The bakery smelled of yeast and sugar. The butcher shop had a faint tang of cured meat and sawdust. I passed a group of people clustered near the cafe, laughing low and leaning in as if sharing secrets. When our eyes met, they looked away quickly, smiles fading. I forced a smile, but my throat tightened. Back at the house, Jamie was on the phone. I caught fragments of the conversation, words like newcomer, fit in, and trust. Jamie's voice was steady, but I heard something else beneath it, a caution, maybe even a warning. After the call ended, Jamie didn't look at me. "They're asking questions," Jamie said. "You're going to have to be patient." I wanted to ask what questions. Wanted to know who, exactly, was asking. But I swallowed the words and nodded instead. That night, the meeting at the community center stretched longer than I expected. The room was a faded gymnasium, the paint peeling from the walls, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Around the perimeter, faces turned toward me with polite interest that never quite reached their eyes. Jamie sat beside me, their hand occasionally brushing mine, but always pulling away when someone looked. The mayor, a woman with a sharp jaw and a slower smile, gave a speech about community values, about trust and loyalty. I could feel the undercurrent, the way words like outsider and loyalty hovered just beneath the surface. When the floor opened for questions, I raised my hand, voice steady but careful. "How do you define trust here?" I asked. A pause, then a man in the back answered. "It's about history, about knowing where you come from." His gaze was steady, almost challenging. Jamie squeezed my hand briefly, but that small comfort was swallowed by the weight of the room. I looked around, noticing the way people exchanged glances, the way whispers seemed to ripple through the crowd like a faint wind. Walking home afterward, the streetlights cast long shadows on the cracked sidewalks. Jamie kept close, their steps measured, almost guarded. I wanted to ask what was really going on, but the words caught like stones in my throat. Instead, I watched the town breathe around us, the locked doors, the curt nods of neighbors passing by, the soft murmur of voices disappearing into night. At home, I stood by the window, the cool glass pressing against my cheek. The house felt suddenly too large and too empty. Jamie's silhouette moved in the kitchen, but the space between us felt charged, as if the very walls were listening. I didn't know where I was supposed to be. Jamie's partner? The newcomer who had to earn a place? Or something else, something no one had explained yet? I remembered a phrase Jamie had said earlier, almost in passing, "This town has its own rules." The words echoed in the quiet room. I didn't know the rules yet. Not really. And maybe that was the scariest part. The clock ticked loudly, each second stretching longer than the last. I wanted to break the silence, to ask about those rules, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I watched Jamie carefully, searching for a sign, a hint of what was expected. Maybe it wasn't about fitting in immediately, but about learning to read the spaces between moments, like the town itself, full of unspoken understandings waiting to be uncovered. Jamie shifted in his seat, fingers tapping a quiet rhythm against the worn wooden table. "You'll get it," he said finally, voice low. "This place. It's patient. You don't have to prove anything right away." I nodded, though doubt still clung to the edges of my mind. But what if I mess up? What if I'm just not made for this? He smiled, a flicker of something like warmth breaking through. Messing up's part of the game. Everyone stumbles before they find their footing. He leaned back, eyes drifting toward the window where the last light of day was fading. You learn the rules, but you also learn when to bend them. A breeze slipped through the cracked window pane, carrying with it the scent of pine and something faintly metallic. The air itself seemed to carry promises and warnings, woven into the quiet hum of the evening. I swallowed hard. Maybe this place wasn't about fitting in perfectly, it was about discovering where I belonged in the spaces between. Maybe, just maybe, I was ready to start looking. The night stretched long after he spoke, his words echoing in the sparse quiet of the room. I didn't sleep much that night. The ceiling above was rough plaster, cold to the touch when I reached up, and the single bulb in the corner flickered like it was about to give up. Every creak from the owls sounded exaggerated, every draft a sharp breath against my skin. The shadows pulled in corners, deepening the sense that something was watching, waiting, patient, like he said. Morning came with a gray sky, the kind of heavy light that made everything look tired and damp. I poured coffee, black, bitter, and sat by the window watching the town stir awake. People moved with a familiar, almost rehearsed rhythm. I noticed how they'd nod or smile briefly at my partner but barely glanced my way. It wasn't overt, but it was there, like a wall I couldn't see yet, rising between me and the rest of the world. I had to start somewhere. Something to latch onto. Something real. So I began with the little things. The market, the coffee shop, the library, places where townsfolk gathered. I paid attention to conversations just out of earshot, the subtle shifts when my partner's name came up. People's voices dipped, eyes flickered away, smiles tightened. It was like there was a language I wasn't fluent in yet, a network of whispers threading through every interaction. At the library, I found an old newspaper from about 5 years ago. The headlines were quiet, mundane on the surface, but the small classifieds and letters to the editor hinted at disputes and grudges beneath the calm. I copied down a few names, the kind that kept popping up in discussions: neighbors, business owners, the mayor. Names I didn't know yet but had to. Later, I asked my partner about them. The answers were vague, evasive. Old history, they'd say, or that's not important. But their eyes flickered away too fast, like they wanted to shut down the conversation before it could start. I remember that moment clearly. Sitting across from them at the same wooden table, the afternoon light slanting through the window, casting long shadows. I wanted to believe they were protecting me, but a cold knot twisted in my stomach. Protection or prison? Maybe they were the same thing here. That evening, I noticed the phone calls. I hadn't seen the screen, but I could hear the low murmur of voices, the hurried tone that didn't quite reach my partner's usual calm. When I asked, they brushed it off with a joke, something about town business and neighbors checking in. But the next day, I saw the texts. A quick glance at a screen left unattended on the kitchen counter. Words like concern, trust, and keeping an eye stared back at me. Not threatening exactly, but heavy with meaning. Like I was being watched, weighed, judged by invisible scales. I tried to talk about it, to ask what I needed to know, but the conversation always ended with my partner's lips pressing into a thin line, eyes distant. "You're overthinking it," they said once, but the tightness in their jaw betrayed the words. By the third day, isolation wasn't something I imagined, it was a quiet reality. Invitations to community events stopped coming. The neighbor who had once smiled warmly now crossed the street to avoid me. Even the barista who'd made a point to remember my order suddenly forgot, handing me a plain cup without a word. I started keeping notes. Names, dates, snippets of conversation. My handwriting grew messy, the page edges smudged from restless fingers. I wasn't sure if I was chasing truth or chasing shadows, but I couldn't stop. One afternoon, while my partner was out, I wandered to the edge of town where the old mill stood shuttered. It was a place locals avoided, not because of danger, but because of what had happened there years ago. I'd heard whispers about a scandal, something buried deep beneath the town's polite surface. The building smelled of mildew and decay, the air thick with dust and old wood. I ran my hand along the rough brick, feeling the cold seep into my skin. There was a faded notice tacked near the door, something about a lawsuit, a closure, and a warning. I pocketed a scrap of paper that had fallen nearby, edges curled and yellowed. On it, a hastily scrawled note, "Not everything stays buried." The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message felt direct, personal. Returning home, the house felt smaller somehow. The walls closed in, the silence heavier. My partner was waiting in the kitchen, arms crossed, eyes sharp. "Where were you?" they asked, voice low. "Just out," I said, trying to keep my tone light. Walked around the old mill. Their gaze didn't waver. "That place isn't for outsiders. You know that." "I'm not an outsider," I said, but the words rang hollow. They shook their head, a slow, deliberate motion. "You don't get it." "Not yet." The words hit me like a slap I didn't see coming. Not because of their anger, but because of the distance they carved between us. The look in their eyes was something I hadn't seen before, something like regret, or maybe resignation. That night, I lay awake listening to the house settle, the trees scratching against the window like nails on a chalkboard. My mind raced, piecing together fragments of conversations, the strange notes, the cold shoulders. The town was closing in, wrapping its secrets around my partner like a second skin. And me? I was the outsider they warned about. The one who didn't belong. But I needed to belong. I had to find a way in, or I'd be lost before I even understood what I was losing. Before sleep came, I scribbled one last line in my notebook. "Trust is a currency I don't have here." Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane. A dog barked somewhere far off. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a sharp knock at the door. I froze. The knock came again, softer this time, hesitant, like a question rather than a demand. I swallowed hard, eyes darting to the window beside the door. Shadows pulled in the yard, thick and uninviting. The porch light flickered once, twice, then steadied, casting long, thin lines like fingers across the welcome mat. I was hungry, but the knot in my stomach made my mouth dry. "Please," a voice whispered, low and cracked, carrying the weight of someone who shouldn't be out this late. "It's me." I didn't recognize the voice at first, but then it clicked, an echo from the past few days, that figure I'd seen lingering near the edge of town. The one with the too tight smile and eyes that darted too fast. "Who?" I called out, my voice barely more than a breath. "Please," they said again. "You need to know." The words twisted inside me like a thorn. I glanced behind me, where the hall stretched dark and empty, and then back at the door. My partner was upstairs, probably asleep or pretending to be. Or maybe just too tired, too wrapped up in their world to care about mine. I hesitated, then unlocked the door with trembling hands. When it swung open, the cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like old pennies left too long in the rain. The figure stepped forward, a woman, her face half hidden under a threadbare hood. Her eyes were sharp, tired, but desperate. "I don't have much time," she said quickly. "You need to understand what this town is. What it's really protecting." I closed the door behind her and led her to the living room, where the shadows pulled in the corners like spilled ink. She sat on the edge of the couch, fingers twisting a frayed scarf. "They told you I wasn't real, right?" she asked, voice low. "That I'm just a ghost from your imagination. Someone your partner warned you about." I blinked. "What?" She smiled sadly. "It's how they keep people in line. By making you doubt what you see, what you hear. They want you isolated, confused, begging for their version of the truth." I wanted to argue, to say my partner wouldn't do that. But the silence in the house pressed against me, and the way my partner had looked at me last night like I was a stranger, or worse, a threat, made my throat close up. What truth? I whispered. She leaned forward, eyes sharp as broken glass. The secret. The thing they've buried beneath the town's perfect little facade. It's why they're so loyal. Why they watch each other's backs, and why outsiders like you aren't allowed in. I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too warm, too close. What secret? Her voice dropped. A truth so dangerous, it can't be spoken aloud. Not here. Not anywhere. I closed my eyes, trying to steady the whirlwind inside me. I wanted to run, to pack a bag and leave before I got tangled any deeper. But the weight of the night, the cold breath of the unknown, it held me fast. What happens if I find out? I asked, voice almost breaking. She shook her head. You can't. Not without consequences. This town doesn't forgive curiosity. They'll cut you out, erase you like you never belonged. Your partner already started. You're on the edge now. The words hit harder than any slap. I had felt that edge creeping closer, tightening like a noose made of whispers and sideways glances. My partner's loyalty wasn't just to the town, it was a shield, a prison. But if I don't find out? I asked, desperation creeping in. If I just let it go? Her eyes were fierce. Then you're lost anyway. Because living a lie is worse than knowing the truth. You'll lose yourself bit by bit, until you don't even know who you are anymore. I looked down at my hands, the skin raw from days of nervous pacing, and I realized she was right. I was already disappearing, erased from the picture, replaced by the quiet spaces between my partner's words, the silences that stretched longer every day. Why tell me this? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Because I'm the last one who can, she said. And because you need to decide. Stay and fight, or leave and never look back. The room felt colder now, the air thick with fear and something else, resolve. I thought of the path behind me, the life I had left, and the one ahead, tangled in secrets I wasn't sure I wanted, but maybe had no choice but to face. A sudden noise upstairs made us both freeze. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. She's awake, I whispered. The woman stood quickly, pulling her hood tight. You don't have much time. Before I could ask more, she slipped out the door into the darkness. I stood there, the door swinging softly behind her, the night swallowing her whole. Upstairs, the footsteps grew louder. My partner appeared at the top of the stairs, face pale and unreadable. Their eyes locked onto mine, and for a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then they said, quietly, I warned you. You don't get to choose anymore. I wanted to ask what they meant, but the weight of the night, the woman's words, and the cold truth between us silenced me. Whatever this town was, whatever loyalty meant here, it had already claimed me. And I was standing at the point of no return. The door creaked shut behind them, sealing our fates in shadows. The door clicked shut behind them, the sound sharp enough to slice through the thick silence that had settled like dust in the room. She's awake, the woman had said. The words hung between us like a threat, or maybe a warning. I wanted to ask who she was, what she meant. But my partner's eyes, pale and unreadable in the dim light, held me in place. I warned you. You don't get to choose anymore. I swallowed hard, but the lump in my throat wouldn't budge. The weight of the night pressed down on me, thick and suffocating, and I realized something terrible. I wasn't just on the outside of this town's secrets, I was being pushed further and further away from the person I thought I knew. The tension between us was a living thing, twisting and tightening until I thought I might scream. But instead, I forced out the only words I could manage. What do you mean? What's happening? They didn't answer. Instead, they turned and walked slowly down the stairs, every step deliberate, as if marking some invisible boundary between us. Their back was rigid, unyielding. The familiar warmth I used to find in their presence had been replaced by a cold distance, something I couldn't reach. I wanted to follow, to demand some kind of explanation, but my legs felt like lead. Instead, I sat down heavily on the bottom step, the rough wood digging into my palms as I rested my head against the banister. The house creaked around me, a low groan that sounded almost like a warning. Outside, the night stretched on, dark and endless. The faint smell of damp earth and pine drifted through the cracked window, mingling with the stale scent of old paper and burned-out candles. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far away, a hollow, lonely sound that made the silence in the house feel even heavier. I remembered the woman's words. "You don't get to choose anymore." What did that mean? Was I trapped in this town now, caught in some web I couldn't escape? The thought twisted in my stomach, cold and sharp. I stayed there for a long time, listening. No footsteps came down from upstairs. No voices. Just the quiet and the distant bark and the slow, steady thump of my own heart. Eventually, I stood up, my legs shaky but determined. If I was going to figure this out, if I was going to understand what had become of us, I had to keep going. I couldn't let whatever this town was swallow me whole. The next morning came with a gray, overcast sky that seemed to press down on the world like a weight. I woke early, my mind still tangled in the knots of last night's revelations. My partner was already gone, the bed cold and empty beside me. I dressed quickly, the fabric of my shirt rough against my skin, and stepped outside. The town looked different in daylight. The houses, all neat and close together, seemed less welcoming under the pale sky. People moved with a quiet purpose, nodding politely but not stopping to chat. I tried to catch someone's eye, anyone's, but the smiles never reached their faces. At the corner store, I asked about the woman from last night, the one who warned me. The clerk, a middle-aged man with tired eyes, looked at me like I'd asked for the moon. "You mean Marla? She's not around much these days. Folks say she's gone off to the city. Too much trouble here. Too much trouble." The phrase echoed in my head. I could almost taste the bitterness it carried, like a bad memory I hadn't fully lived yet. I wondered what kind of trouble Marla had stirred up, and why she had come to me in the dark. Back at the house, I tried to find my partner, but the rooms were empty and cold. On the kitchen table, a folded piece of paper caught my eye. It wasn't there before. The handwriting was familiar but cautious. "Trust is a fragile thing here. You've seen too much. Be careful who you lean on." No signature. No explanation. Just a warning, like the woman's. I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling the rough edges press against my palm. I wanted to believe this was all some misunderstanding, a mistake in loyalty or misplaced fear. But deep down, I knew better. The town had its own language, its own rules, and I was an outsider who had stumbled into a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. Later that afternoon, I found myself standing at the edge of the woods that bordered the town, the air heavy with the scent of pine and damp leaves. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches tangled against the gray sky. I remembered the woman's warning in the note, and I wondered if answers waited in the shadows beyond the town's neat streets. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a sharp, sudden noise that made me jump. It was a message from my partner. "We need to talk. Now." No location, no time, just those words. I hesitated, the cold air prickling my skin. Was this a chance to bridge the growing distance between us, or another trap in the web tightening around me? I wanted to call back, to demand clarity, but my fingers hovered over the screen, uncertain. I decided to go. If I didn't confront this head-on, I'd only sink deeper into the isolation that had already started to consume me. The town was closing in, whispers and secrets wrapping around my mind like vines, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on to who I was. As I walked back toward the house, the first drops of rain began to fall, soft and cold against my face. The sky darkened quickly, the clouds rolling in like a warning of their own. Somewhere nearby, a door slammed shut. When I reached the porch, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows inside was on, casting long shadows through the curtains. My partner stood by the window, their silhouette tense and watchful. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. They didn't say anything at first, just turned to face me, eyes searching for something I couldn't give. Finally, they spoke. This town. It's not what you think. And neither am I. Not anymore. Their voice was low, almost broken. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back from whatever edge they were standing on. But the words felt like a barrier, a final line drawn between us. Then tell me, I said, voice barely more than a whisper. Tell me everything. They hesitated, then nodded slowly. You're going to hate me. But you need to understand. The room seemed to darken, the rain tapping harder against the windows. Outside, the town held its breath. And inside, I realized the nightmare was only just beginning. The room was colder than I remembered, or maybe it was just the weight of everything between us that made the air feel so thin. I wanted to say something to bridge the gap that had yawned open like a chasm, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I sat on the edge of the couch, the fabric rough and worn beneath my fingers. The dim light flickered once, twice. Shadows stretched and contracted across the walls, mirroring the tremors inside me. You're going to hate me, they said again, voice barely above a whisper. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee still lingering on my tongue from that afternoon. I don't hate you. I tried to sound sure, but it came out brittle. They turned, eyes glossy, searching mine like they were hunting for a trace of something I couldn't give. It's not just the town. It's everything. The people, the stories, the way they look at you when you don't fit the mold. I thought I could protect you from it. I was wrong. I wanted to press for more, but the words felt heavy, dangerous. Instead, I asked, why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me drift away? Their gaze dropped to the floor. Because I believed in this place. In the community. I thought if I kept you close, you'd understand. But the more I tried, the more I realized some doors don't open for outsiders. I stared at my hands, fingers twitching. The room smelled faintly of damp wood and old fabric, a scent I'd come to associate with this house, with this life that was slipping through my fingers. So, what am I supposed to do now? Just disappear? They shook their head, a bitter smile flickering. No! But you have to accept that this town has rules. Unwritten, but no less real. And I'm part of those rules now. The clock on the mantel ticked loudly, each second a reminder of the time slipping away. I thought about the whispers, those half-hidden conversations, the sideways glances when I walked down Main Street. About the invitations that never came, the smiles that didn't reach the eyes. How my partner's loyalty had shifted, tethered tightly to a community that saw me as an outsider. I clenched my jaw. I don't want to be an enemy, I said quietly. But I can't live in the shadows of a secret I'm not allowed to share. They looked at me then, really looked at me, and something broke in their expression. Maybe that's the truth we can't escape. The town chooses who belongs. And sometimes, the ones we love get pulled under too. Silence. Complete silence. The rain softened, the tapping on the window becoming a steady drizzle. Outside, the street lamp flickered, casting a halo of yellow against the wet pavement. The house felt smaller, the walls pressing in. I realized I didn't even remember the last time I'd felt safe here. I stood up, the couch groaning under the sudden shift. I need air. They didn't stop me. Outside, the night was thick with fog, the mist curling around the street like smoke. The cold bit through my jacket, sharp and unrelenting. I breathed in, the scent of wet earth and distant pine filling my lungs. For a moment, I thought I could shake off the suffocating closeness of the house, the suffocating closeness of their silence. But the town was watching. Always watching. I could feel it in the way the windows glowed faintly in the fog, the way the streets lay empty except for the occasional flicker of movement, a shadow slipping behind a curtain, the slow closing of a door. I walked until my legs ached, past the shuttered storefronts and the old diner with its flickering neon sign. My thoughts spun in circles, tangled and relentless. Was I losing them? Or losing myself? When I finally returned, they were waiting on the porch, hands shoved deep in their pockets, eyes fixed on the dark horizon. "We can't undo what's been done," they said, voice quiet but steady. "But maybe we can find a new way to be. Not like before, but something else." I wanted to believe that. Needed to believe it. But the ache in my chest told me the truth was more complicated. The town wasn't just a place, it was a living thing, breathing and shifting around us. And I was caught in its currents, pulled between love and loneliness, truth and silence. We stood there in the cold, the rain finally stopping, the air crisp and clean. For the first time in a long while, I felt the weight lift just a little, not because the fear was gone, but because I wasn't alone in carrying it. "Let's start over," they said, voice rough with emotion. I nodded, though my hands trembled. The future was uncertain, the shadows still long. But maybe, just maybe, there was a path forward. And this time, I wasn't ready to walk it alone. The city lights flickered on, casting golden hues over wet streets, reflections dancing like fragile promises. We moved slowly, side by side, words sparse but enough, each step a quiet pact to face what came next. In the distance, a faint melody drifted from an open window, a reminder that life, in all its complexity, continued beyond our small, shared moment. Hope felt fragile, yes, but also real. And sometimes, that was enough to begin again. The night held its breath, as if waiting for us to decide whether to stay or disappear into the shadows. Story 5, Trapped at Midnight Gas Station, Cursed Water and Endless Night. I never liked the night shift, but the extra money was hard to ignore. The first night I worked there alone, I thought I was just waiting out the hours. 6 slow, quiet hours. Midnight to 6. But it wasn't quiet, not really. There was a to the place, the kind that seeps under your skin and sticks there. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting sickly pools of white that made the shadows sharper. Outside, the wind rattled the plastic awning, and sometimes a car would pull up, headlights cutting through the dark. I used to think I could handle this job without much fuss. Sit behind the counter, ring up the occasional customer, maybe read a book or scroll through my phone. Simple. Safe enough. But even on that first night, something felt off. Not loud or obvious, just wrong. It started with the water. I noticed when I poured myself a cup from the tap behind the counter. The taste was metallic, faintly bitter, like licking a penny. I shrugged it off, maybe the pipes were old, or the filter needed changing. I didn't think much of it until later, when a man came in around 2 in the morning. He was the first of many, I didn't realize it then. He looked worn out, as if sleep had been a stranger for weeks. His clothes hung loosely, stained with sweat and dirt. He moved like someone who wanted to disappear, but there was something desperate about the way he scanned the shelves. His eyes kept darting to the door, like he was waiting for someone or something. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He glanced up, startled, then nodded. "Just water. Bottled." I handed him a bottle from the cooler. His hands trembled when he took it. "Long night?" I offered, more out of habit than kindness. "Yeah," he said, voice low, almost a whisper. "Long night." He paid, then hesitated. "You ever notice the water tastes off?" "Sometimes," I admitted. "The tap here's not great. The bottled stuff's okay, though." He nodded slowly, then glanced toward the door again. "You don't ever leave this town, do you?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, like it was nothing. "You try to leave, and something happens. You feel sick. Real bad. People say it's the water." I laughed nervously. "Sounds like a bad urban legend." He smiled thinly, then turned and left without another word. I watched him go, a strange chill settling in my chest. The rest of the night passed in a blur of small moments, the beep of the register, the hiss of the coffee machine, the occasional car pulling up and then pulling away faster than usual. There was no sign of the man returning, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just been given a warning. At one point, I stepped outside for a breath of cold air. The night was sharp and clear, the sky scattered with stars I rarely noticed back home. A dog barked somewhere down the street, distant and lonely. The wind tugged at the loose plaster on the building, making the walls groan quietly. I rubbed my arms, wishing I'd brought a jacket. Back inside, I cleaned the counter, hands moving automatically. My skin felt clammy, and the metallic taste of the water lingered on my tongue. I tried to ignore it, but every time I swallowed, it seemed worse. Around 4 in the morning, the man came back. I didn't expect it. Neither did he, I could tell. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he looked even more worn down, like the night had taken pieces of him away. "I shouldn't be here," he said quietly, standing awkwardly by the door. "Why not?" I asked, leaning on the counter. He swallowed hard, then shook his head. "They don't want people leaving." "Not really." "Who?" He looked over his shoulder, like the shadows might be listening. "The town. The water. You don't know what it's like out there." "Not anymore." I wanted to ask more, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I just nodded, feeling more uneasy with each passing second. When he left this time, the sun was barely beginning to gray the horizon. Exhausted, I closed the register and wiped down the counter again. The coffee I made tasted bitter and thin, and the metallic aftertaste was worse than before. I tried to shake it off, but as I looked out the window, I noticed something strange: a woman standing across the street, watching the station. She didn't move, just stood there, shoulders hunched, like she was waiting for something. I blinked, and when I looked again, she was gone. The rest of the morning dragged on. I cleaned, restocked, and tried to make sense of the nagging feeling settling in my gut. The town itself seemed quieter than usual, like it was holding its breath. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something else I couldn't place, something sour, almost like spoiled milk. By the time my shift ended, I was ready to leave, to get out of that stale, buzzing box of a gas station. But as I drove away, the taste in my mouth lingered. The water. The man's warning. The woman watching. I pulled over and took a sip from the bottle on the passenger seat. That same bitter tang. I frowned, unease settling in my bones like a slow ache. And then I woke up. Back in the gas station, clock flashing midnight. The same fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. The same bitter taste in my mouth. I blinked, disoriented. Had I fallen asleep? Dreamed it all? The man was already there, shifting nervously by the door. Long night? I asked, voice unsteady. Yeah, he said. Long night. And just like that, the cycle began again. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, relentless and sterile. The clock blinked 12 a.m. again. Same time. Same place. I know how that sounds. Same bitter taste still lingering at the back of my throat. I rubbed my face, trying to shake off the heaviness pressing down on my chest. The man was still there, leaning against the door frame like he'd been waiting for me all day. Long night? I asked, my voice cracking as if the words themselves might shatter. Yeah, he said, eyes flickering around the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Long night. I swallowed hard. There was something about his stare edgy, like a man who'd been holding his breath underwater for too long. I wanted to ask what he meant, but the question caught in my throat. Instead, I forced myself to meet his gaze. Why do you keep coming back? He shrugged, but his jaw tightened. I don't know. Can't leave. Not really. That admission settled over me like a cold fog. I thought about the woman watching me the night before, her eyes sharp and unreadable through the glass. About the sour smell in the air, the taste in the water, and the way the town seemed. On edge. Like it was waiting for something to break. I glanced toward the register. The cash drawer was still open from my last shift, bills scattered like forgotten memories. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something sour, spoiled milk, maybe. I'd never thought a place so ordinary could feel so wrong. You said you can't leave, I pressed. Why? He hesitated, then leaned closer, voice dropping to a near whisper. Because the water's not clean. Not just here, but everywhere around. If you drink it, you get sick. Real sick. But if you try to go somewhere else, somewhere with clean water, it's worse. You start breaking down, faster than here. I stared at him, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Why? What's in the water? He shook his head. Don't know. Just know it's bad. They don't want anyone talking about it. His words hit like a punch. The town's water, the very thing everyone depended on, had been poisoning them all along. And the people who tried to escape ended up worse off. The man's desperation was contagious. I could feel it seeping into my bones. Have you tried to tell anyone? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He laughed, but it was hollow. Who? The cops. The mayor. They all drink it too. They don't care, or they're part of it. That sent a shiver down my spine. I looked outside. The street was empty, except for a stray dog barking distantly, its voice echoing off the cracked pavement. The gas station's buzzing sign flickered, casting fractured shadows across the lot. I needed answers. I needed proof. But how do you prove something invisible? Something no one wanted to admit. You said the water's poisoned, I said slowly. What about the people who come here? The ones I see. Coming back. He glanced around nervously. They're caught. Trapped. They try to leave, but their bodies can't take it. So they come back, hoping maybe this time it'll be different. But it's never different. I suddenly understood the pattern, the same faces, the same broken expressions, the way they shuffled through the door like ghosts. They weren't just customers. They were prisoners. My hands trembled as I reached behind the counter, pulling open a drawer where I'd stashed a half-empty bottle of water from the station. I unscrewed the cap, bringing it to my nose. The sour tang was unmistakable. "Have you tested it?" I asked. "The water?" He shook his head. "No lab. No one to trust." My eyes flicked to the small office at the back, cluttered with papers and receipts. I'd seen a water report taped to the wall earlier, official, sterile, full of numbers I didn't understand. But the date was old, and the last entry was suspiciously neat. "I'm going to check that report again," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's got to be something there." He nodded. "Be careful. People don't like questions." I knew he was right. This town thrived on silence, on forgetting, on pretending everything was fine. The night dragged on, each hour feeling heavier than the last. I watched the clock, willing it to speed up, slow down, do anything but loop endlessly. But the cycle pressed on, relentless. Around 2 in the morning, the door chimed. A woman stepped inside, eyes wide and darting. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, her clothes rumpled and stained. She moved quickly to the cooler, grabbing a bottle of water without a word. I studied her, noticing the tremor in her hands, the way she glanced nervously toward the door. As she turned to leave, she froze, staring at something behind me. I spun around. No one there. "Are you okay?" I asked, stepping toward her. She swallowed hard, voice barely audible. "They're watching. They always watch." Before I could respond, she bolted out the door, leaving the bell to jingle softly in the empty night. The man at the door shook his head slowly. "You were right. It's worse than I thought." I swallowed the lump in my throat. The water, the town, the people trapped in this endless nightmare, it was all connected. The threat wasn't just poison. It was fear, paranoia, control. And now it was watching me. I pulled open the report taped to the wall, scanning the faded print. The numbers were confusing, but a pattern emerged: spikes in contamination levels, sudden drops, unexplained anomalies. Someone had been hiding the truth. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the sign until it flickered violently. The sour smell grew stronger, invading every corner of the room. I glanced at the man. "We need to find out who's behind this." He nodded, eyes dark with resolve. "And why?" The night stretched ahead, endless and uncertain. But this time, I wasn't just surviving. I was fighting. Because if the water was the trap, the truth had to be the key. How wrong I was. Continuing from what happened before, continuing from where I left off, the flickering sign outside cast long, uneven shadows across the cracked pavement, like a heartbeat struggling to stay steady in the night. The numbers blurred, but one thing was clear: whoever had been tampering with the water supply wasn't just careless or negligent. They were deliberate, strategic, and worse, they'd been doing it for years. The man beside me, his face a map of exhaustion and grim determination, shifted uneasily. "You think the spikes are intentional?" I nodded, swallowing the bitter taste that crept up from the back of my mouth. Not just accidental contamination. Someone's controlling it, making sure it stays at a level that keeps people sick, weak, too weak to leave. His eyes narrowed. "That means they want us here. Trapped." "Exactly." I pulled the report down and spread it on the counter, pointing at the jagged lines. "Look here, these sudden drops. They're not random. They're timed. Like someone's turning the poison on and off." He ran a hand over his face, rubbing the stubble on his jaw. But why? What's the point of it all? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. But the thought gnawed at me like a rat in the walls. Then came the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, the slow, deliberate creak of the back door swinging open. My head snapped up. My pulse kicked up a notch. Nobody entered this place without a reason, especially at this hour. Out of the shadows stepped a woman. Mid-30s, sharp eyes that seemed to miss nothing, and a thin line of sweat glittering on her temple despite the cold. She held a crumpled paper bag in one hand, her fingers shaking as if she'd been running. "Sorry," she said, voice low but urgent. "I don't mean to intrude, but I overheard you talking. About the water." The man and I exchanged a quick glance. I'd never seen her before, but in this town, strangers were rare past midnight. I gestured toward the counter. "You know about it?" She nodded, eyes flicking nervously toward the windows. "More than I want to. I'm Emma. I work at the clinic on Main. People have been coming in with the same symptoms: fatigue, nausea, confusion. But when they try to leave town, they get worse. Some never make it past the county line." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. That matches what I've been seeing. But why? Why would anyone want to keep people sick and stuck? Emma's jaw tightened. Because if people leave, they talk. They complain. They spread the truth. Someone's making sure that doesn't happen. The man leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. "Do you know who?" She shook her head. "Only rumors. The water company, local officials. Maybe both. It's all tangled up in money and power. But there is something else." She paused, biting her lip. "The clinic's records. They've been altered. Some files erased. I managed to pull a few backups, but they're incomplete." "Show me," I said immediately, heart hammering. If I could see those files, maybe I could find a thread to pull. Emma hesitated, then pulled a battered USB drive from her pocket. "I'm risking a lot. If they find out I have this." "I get it," I said, trying to sound reassuring even though my hands trembled. "We're all risking everything." She plugged the drive into the old computer behind the counter. The screen flickered, then filled with folders labeled by date and patient initials. I clicked through, scanning medical notes and test results. The pattern was unmistakable, symptoms consistent with poisoning, but inconsistent treatment. Some patients got antibiotics, others vitamins, none got the real help they needed. Why? The word caught in my throat. Emma swallowed hard. Because if they treated it properly, the town's secret would come out. The water's been deliberately contaminated, but the authorities keep blaming everything else: bad plumbing, old pipes, even mental health. Cover-ups, I muttered, the pieces falling into place like a puzzle with missing edges. A sudden noise made us both jump, metal scraping against concrete outside. I peered through the grimy window. A gray van idled near the gas pumps, its engine ticking softly as it cooled. No headlights. No driver visible. "Who's that?" Emma whispered. I shook my head, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. "Not sure. But they don't look friendly." The man moved toward the door, hand on the handle. "We should get out of here." "No," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Not yet. We need to know who's behind this. And I think they're closer than we thought." Emma's eyes widened. "You don't think they know we're onto them?" I swallowed hard. "I'm almost certain." The van's engine coughed once, then died. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. My fingers brushed the USB drive. It felt like a lifeline and a noose at the same time. We don't have a choice, I said, breath uneven. If we run now, it'll be worse. They'll come after us. But if we stay, if we dig deeper, maybe we can stop this. Maybe we can save what's left of this place. Emma nodded, resolve hardening her features. Then let's do it. The man's phone buzzed, a sharp, intrusive sound in the quiet. He glanced at the screen, then his face went pale. It's from the station manager, he said, voice tight. Says there's been a leak at the water plant, major contamination. They're shutting down roads, quarantining the area. My heart lurched. Quarantining? He nodded. Yeah. No one's getting in or out. They're locking this town down. The weight of it hit me, a crushing certainty. The cycle wasn't just a loop of time. It was a trap with real walls and real fences. Escape was a lie. I looked back at Emma and the man. We're past the point of no return. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the sign until it flickered violently. The sour smell grew stronger, thickening like smoke in my lungs. And then, from the darkened street, a slow, deliberate tapping began, rhythmic, unyielding. Someone or something was waiting for me to make a choice. There was no turning back. The tapping didn't stop. I don't like this, Emma said quietly, voice rough. Who's out there? I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled open the sliding door, just a crack, enough to peer out. The street was empty, no headlights, no figures in the shadows. Only the flickering neon sign overhead, struggling against the wind, casting long, jittery shadows across the cracked sidewalk. Then another tap. This time, closer. On the glass beside me. Sharp. Insistent. Hey, I said, voice barely steady. If you're out there, come in. We're safe here. No answer. Just the wind snapping the sign again, and the faint smell of something rotten, wet, like a swamp's breath on a hot day. Emma's voice shook. Safe? You really believe that? I wanted to say yes. I wanted to believe anything but what I knew. The leak wasn't just a leak. It was poison. The water plant contamination meant no one could drink, couldn't wash, couldn't even breathe the town's air without risking the sickness that had already claimed so many. The quarantine wasn't protection. It was a cage. And whatever was out there, maybe it was someone desperate enough to break it. The man finally spoke, voice low. We can't stay here forever. We have to get out. Find a way around the barricades. I shook my head, mouth dry. You heard the message. Roads closed. Guards posted. There's no way through. He looked at me then, eyes sharp, almost accusing. Then what? We wait to die in here? His fingers tapped nervously on the counter, mirroring the tapping outside. A sudden clang from the back of the store made us all jump. The loose metal door rattled against the frame, pushed by the gusts. The lights flickered violently, and for a moment, the world was just shadows and noise. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. Emma moved to the back, peering into the storage room. Nothing. Just the wind again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was pressing closer. The entire town felt like it was closing in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with fear and decay. While Emma checked the back, the man pulled out a folded map, creased and worn. He spread it on the counter, tracing a finger over the faded lines. There's a service road, runs behind the plant. If we can get there, maybe we can slip past the guards. I frowned. That's risky. The plant is a hellhole right now. Contaminated water everywhere. You step in the wrong place, you're done. He shrugged, eyes hard. Better than waiting here. Emma looked up, eyes sharp with exhaustion and something fiercer, determination. We can't just run blindly. We need a plan. The tapping intensified, now louder and more erratic. It wasn't coming from outside anymore. It was inside the store, somewhere near the back wall. My skin prickled. The hairs on my arms stood up like I was about to be struck. I moved forward, heart pounding, every muscle tense. Okay, I said, voice tighter than I wanted. Let's check it out. But careful. We crept toward the sound, the fluorescent light overhead flickering and buzzing. The tapping stopped the moment we reached the back wall. Silence. Complete silence. I pressed my ear against the cold plaster. Tap. 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 Soft and deliberate, the sound was coming through the wall. What the hell? Emma whispered. The wall between the store and the alley was old, crumbling in places. I could feel the vibration through the plaster, faint but unmistakable. Someone's trapped back there, I said, voice barely audible. The man's face tightened. Or someone's trying to get in. A sudden rustle from the alley made us all spin around. The door rattled again, this time with more force, a desperate banging. I swallowed hard, feeling a cold sweat break out across my forehead. Open up, a voice called out, hoarse and urgent. Please. I'm sick. I need water. The man shook his head, stepping back. No. We can't risk it. Emma hesitated, then moved to the door. We have to help. If that's someone poisoned. Help won't save them, I cut in. Not now. The voice outside grew more frantic, more desperate. I'm dying out here. Please. It sounded so human, so raw, yet I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut. The contamination didn't just kill slowly. It twisted people, made them desperate, unpredictable. Emma's hand trembled as she reached for the door handle. We can't just leave them. I grabbed her wrist. Emma, listen. If we open that door, we let the sickness in. We're done for. She pulled free, eyes blazing. And if we don't, we're monsters. The man stepped between us. Enough. His voice was sharper than before. We need a real plan, not heroics. The tapping resumed, this time from the back wall again. It was faster, urgent, like a warning. My eyes darted between the door and the plaster, my mind racing. Then something clicked. The creature behind the wall wasn't just trapped. It was signaling. Trying to communicate. I crouched, pressing my ear harder. The tapping changed rhythm, almost deliberate in a pattern I couldn't quite place. Emma knelt beside me, whispering, It's Morse code, isn't it? I nodded slowly, heart hammering. It has to be. The man pulled out his phone again, fingers shaking as he searched for a translator app. The tapping continued, rhythmic and relentless. Minutes passed like hours. We cracked the code, a string of broken words. Help, water, danger, leave. A cold wave of dread rolled through me. It was a warning from someone trapped beyond the wall, someone who understood the poison better than we did. Emma's face went pale. They're trying to tell us the water's worse than we thought. I swallowed a bitter lump. Not just worse. Deadly. And we're stuck in the middle of it. The door rattled again, harder this time, and the voice outside sobbed, Please, don't leave me here. My hands trembled. My throat felt raw, I was caught between the need to survive and the desperate humanity pressing against these walls. Then, from the street beyond, a new sound, distant but unmistakable. The low hum of engines. Flashing lights. The quarantine enforcers. The town wasn't just locked down. It was about to be sealed tighter. Emma looked at me, eyes wide. We don't have much time. No, I said, voice steadying. We have to decide. Stay and wait for them to come, or risk everything and try to break out. The tapping stopped. Silence hung thick and heavy. And then the power went out. Darkness swallowed the store whole. The cold, sour air pressed in. I could taste fear on my tongue, bitter and sharp. Something moved in the dark. Not outside. Inside. I wasn't alone anymore. The night had just begun. The night had a way of folding in on itself, as if time wasn't a line but a circle, and I was stuck walking the same path over and over. I used to think I was just losing it, but no. It was real. Every night, the same 6 hours replayed, the same desperate faces, the same flickering fluorescent lights humming overhead, the same feeling settling like cold dust in my chest. The water. That poisoned water. It was the secret nobody wanted to admit. And no one could leave. Tonight felt different, though. Like the night might finally break the cycle. I sat behind the counter, my knuckles white from gripping the edge. The clock ticked past midnight, and the gas station was empty. The smell of stale coffee lingered in the air, mixed with the faint scent of oil and rubber from the pumps outside. The overhead light buzzed intermittently, casting jittery shadows across the cracked linoleum floor. I could hear a dog barking somewhere far off, the sound bouncing weakly between buildings. It was the kind of night where the silence screamed. Earlier, I'd caught a glimpse of the water test results again, the ones I'd hidden in the back office drawer. The nitrate levels weren't just elevated, they were toxic. They'd been tampered with, the numbers doctored to keep everyone calm, to keep the town from unraveling. And whoever was behind it wasn't going to stop. I felt it then, a creeping cold that started in my stomach and spread outward, like the water's poison seeping through the pipes and into the bones of the town itself. I wanted to run, to leave, but every time I tried, I ended up here again. The loop was tighter than I thought. The bell above the door jingled sharply, breaking the heavy quiet. I looked up, expecting another familiar face, another ghost from the loop. Instead, a woman stepped inside, a stranger. She was tall, with tired eyes that didn't quite meet mine. Her coat was soaked at the hem, dripping water onto the floor. The cold air followed her in, sharp and wet. "Can I help you?" I asked, voice rough from disuse. She hesitated, like she was weighing her words. I need to fill my flask. Just some water." I blinked. Water? At a gas station? There was no way I could let her drink from the tap, not with what I knew. But I also couldn't lie not anymore. "The water here, it's not safe," I said quietly. "Not for drinking." Her eyes flicked to the faucet, then back to me. "I know. That's why I need it from somewhere else. I've been traveling. The stuff in the town's supply, it's killing people. I can feel it." A cold shiver ran down my spine. She knew. Or maybe she just guessed. I nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the secret pressing down harder than ever. "I've been trying to find a way out," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "But every road loops back here. Every place I stop, I get sick. The water, it's everywhere." I swallowed hard. That's what I've been seeing. Everyone who tries to leave ends up back in the same place. Poisoned, sick, trapped. She pulled her coat tighter, but it did little against the chill that filled the room. There has to be a way. Her voice cracked. There has to be. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that somewhere beyond this poison town, there was freedom. But the truth was a heavy thing, tangled in every conversation, every look exchanged under the flickering lights. We sat in silence for a long moment, the hum of the fluorescent light growing louder in the stillness. Then she reached into her pocket, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper. "Look," she said, pressing it into my hand. "It's a map. Old water lines, places where the pipes were replaced years ago. Maybe the water's cleaner there. Maybe we can find a source that isn't poisoned." I studied the map, tracing the faded blue lines with my finger. It was a long shot, but it was something. A crack in the cycle. A thread to follow. "Why are you helping me?" I asked, voice low. She looked away, biting her lip. "Because I'm tired of running alone. Because someone has to try." I felt something shift then, a fragile hope blooming in the darkness. Maybe I wasn't as trapped as I thought. Maybe together, we could find a way to break free. The hours slipped by as we planned quietly, voices hushed so as not to wake the ghosts that haunted the night. Outside, the rain began to fall, soft at first, then steady, washing over the cracked pavement and pooling around the gas pumps. When the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the flickering light finally steadied, glowing steady and warm. The town was still, holding its breath. I looked at the woman beside me, her eyes bright with determination, and for the first time, I didn't feel the crushing weight of the loop. We stepped outside together, the cool morning air crisp against our skin. The poison was still there, lurking beneath the surface, but so was a chance. A chance to fight back. As we walked toward the edge of town, I glanced back once, seeing the gas station shrink behind us. The cycle might not be broken yet, but it was beginning to unravel. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The road ahead was uncertain and long, but I wasn't alone anymore. And that made all the difference. Story 6, Reality Tunnel Malfunction, Trapped Minds Below. The first time I rode the new reality tunnels beneath the city, it felt a little like stepping into a dream you weren't sure you wanted to have. It was supposed to be routine. Just another commute, a shortcut from the west side to downtown, through these freshly opened tunnels that blurred reality with a kind of quiet illusion. The city above had a restless pulse, but down here, in the dim tunnels, everything was slowed, too slow, almost. The walls curved with a smooth, synthetic finish that caught the flickering blue lights overhead, casting long, wavering shadows that never quite settled. I tried to focus on the little details, the pattern of scuff marks on the floor, the way my breath puffed out in small white clouds despite the temperature being regulated. There was a faint taste of metal in the air, cold and heavy with silence, like the edge of pennies or a distant thunderstorm. The ride started out normal enough. A few passengers boarded, heads down, faces lit by their handheld devices, absorbed in their own silent worlds. I spotted the usual commuter faces, the tired woman with the oversized tote, the teenager with a backpack slung over one shoulder, the man who always read the morning paper but never looked up. I watched them, curious, like you do when you think something might be off but can't quite put your finger on it. And then I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. A woman standing near the far end of the car, staring straight ahead, mouth slightly open as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Her expression was locked in a kind of frozen panic. Not the ordinary kind of tired or distracted look people usually wore on the subway. No, this was different. Her eyes were wide, glassy, like she was trapped inside her own mind and desperately wanted to get out. I blinked, and she was still there. That was the moment I realized something wasn't right. Not just with her, but with the whole system. The reality tunnels weren't just a means of transportation. They were something else entirely, something I didn't understand yet. I shifted in my seat, trying to shake off the unease. Maybe she was having a panic attack. Maybe she was sick. The car was unusually quiet, the low hum of machinery the only sound. No chatter, no footsteps except the occasional shuffle or cough. The lights flickered briefly, and the woman's face seemed to glitch, like a frozen video skipping a frame. And then I saw him. A man sitting just a few rows ahead, his head jerking slightly in the same frozen loop as the woman's expression. His eyes darted back and forth rapidly, but his body didn't move. It was as if his mind was stuck on a replay, trapped inside a moment he couldn't escape. There was a strange tension in the air, like the system beneath the city was malfunctioning in a way that affected the people riding it. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. My hands trembled, gripping the edges of the seat. I tried to look away, but my gaze kept snapping back to those faces, people caught in an endless loop of silent panic, their memories slipping away one glitch at a time. The thought was absurd, I know. Memory loss on a subway ride? But that's what it felt like. Like the system was erasing them, one passenger at a time. And if I wasn't careful, I'd be next. I swallowed hard, tasting the sharp bitterness of fear mixed with the metallic tang still lingering in the air. My throat felt dry, my heart beat loud in my ears. I wanted to tell someone, to ask if they saw it too, but the silence was so complete, so absolute, that even speaking felt like breaking a fragile spell. The train lurched forward, the tunnel walls blurring into streaks of cold blue and gray. The woman's face flickered again, and I thought I caught a whisper slipping through the a faint, unintelligible murmur that vanished the moment I tried to listen. "Hey," I finally said, my voice low and shaky. I turned to the man next to me, a young guy in a faded jacket, earbuds still in place. "Did you see that? The woman back there?" She looked strange. He didn't answer. Just shook his head slightly and looked back down at his phone. The glow from the screen reflected in his eyes, dull and uncomprehending. I bit my lip and looked back at the window, trying to focus on the city lights flickering past above ground. They seemed distant, unreachable. The reality tunnels beneath felt too deep, too removed from anything familiar. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. Time lost meaning in the dim light. The faces I had seen before, the woman, the man, were gone now, replaced by new passengers who looked normal enough. Or so I thought. But the unease didn't leave me. If anything, it grew heavier, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I rubbed my palms against my jeans, the rough denim scratching at my skin, grounding me. I tried to remember what I had for breakfast. Eggs? Toast? The memory felt fuzzy, like a photograph left in the sun too long. The train slowed, and as we pulled into the next station, I noticed something else. A small screen near the door flickered erratically, lines of garbled text flashing for a moment before settling back into the usual route information. The glitch was subtle, but it was there. I watched as a woman stepped onto the platform, her eyes scanning the car quickly. For a second, she caught my gaze and smiled, a tight, forced smile that didn't reach her eyes. Then she turned away and disappeared into the crowd. I blinked again, and the smile was gone. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. Just a trick of the light, a coincidence. But something inside me was already shifting, unraveling. The familiar world I thought I knew was starting to warp, to fray at the edges. And I was riding right into it. The train doors hissed shut, and the car plunged back into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. The hum of the system was all that remained, but now it sounded different, more urgent, more alive. like a slow pulse, counting down to something I couldn't quite grasp. I pressed my palm against the cool window, watching the tunnel walls rush by. Somewhere beneath the city, the reality tunnels were waiting to rewrite everything I thought I remembered, including me. The train kept sliding through the dark veins beneath the city, the walls blurring into streaks of cold gray. I pressed my fingers harder against the window, the cold seeping through the thin pane, and blinked. The tunnel outside shuddered with a faint, irregular pulse, a rhythm too deliberate to be random. The hum of the train shifted, a low vibration that seemed to echo beneath my ribs. A warning, maybe. Or a countdown. I wasn't sure which. I had to find answers. Not just for me, but for whoever else was caught in this. People erased, memories wiped clean, faces trapped in endless loops of panic. The subway wasn't just a transit system anymore. It was a cage. The next morning, I woke up with the taste of iron still lingering on my tongue. The apartment was too quiet, the kind of silence that presses down on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. I sat up slowly, muscles stiff, and turned on the small lamp beside the bed. The yellow light flickered once, twice, before steadying. Shadows pulled in the corners like spilled ink. I grabbed my phone, but the screen was blank. No notifications, no messages. Just the wallpaper, a faded photo of my sister and me at the lake last summer. I stared at it for a long moment. Had she been on that train too? Had I seen her face in one of those frozen loops? I shook my head. No. I couldn't let myself spiral into paranoia. Not yet. After a quick shower, I pulled on a jacket and headed out. The city was waking up, but the usual bustle felt muted, as though the world was holding its breath. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and something else, something burnt, but subtle. Like a candle left smoldering. I made my way to the Transit Control Center, a squat building nestled between a coffee shop and a bookstore. I'd managed to snag a meeting with Elena, a systems analyst who'd been working on the tunnels for years. If anyone could help me make sense of the glitches, it was her. Inside, the room buzzed with low conversations and the sharp clatter of keyboards. Screens lined the walls, displaying maps, code, and live feeds from the network. Elena was there, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, eyes sharp behind round glasses. "Thanks for seeing me on such short notice," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She glanced up, expression guarded but curious. "You're the one reporting those anomalies?" I nodded. The loops. People stuck in the system. I saw a woman on the platform last night. Something about her didn't add up. Her smile, it was like a mask. Elena frowned, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "We've been noticing irregular data packets in the lower tunnels. Usually, those get flagged and corrected automatically. But lately, the system's been unstable." "Unstable how?" I asked, leaning forward. She tapped a few keys, bringing up a graph that pulsed erratically. "Memory caches are corrupting. Users connected through the reality tunnels report blank spots, repeated scenes, like their brains are buffering and freezing. People are losing pieces of themselves," I said quietly. "Exactly." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "We don't know what's causing it. Could be a software glitch, hardware failure, or worst case, a coordinated attack." The word hung between us, heavy and unwelcome. "Attack?" My throat tightened. Who would do that? And why? Elena shrugged, eyes flicking to the monitors. "Someone with access to the system's core. Someone who knows how to exploit its vulnerabilities. The tunnels were designed to be secure, but nothing's perfect." I swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the weight pressing down on my chest again. If this was deliberate, If someone was manipulating memories, controlling reality, then I wasn't just a passenger. I was a target. Have you found anything concrete? Any leads? I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. There's a pattern. The glitches cluster around certain nodes deep in the network. I'm working with maintenance crews to check the hardware, but we need physical access, and those areas are restricted. I looked at her, the urgency in my voice unmistakable. I can help. I know the tunnels. I can get us in. Elena studied me for a long moment, then sighed. All right. But if we're doing this, we do it carefully. No alarms, no mistakes. I agreed without hesitation. Later that day, we met near the old ventilation shaft, a forgotten entrance that wasn't on most maps. The air was thick with dust and the faint scent of rusted metal. I crouched low, feeling the rough concrete scrape my palms as I helped Elena pry open the grate. Below, the tunnel stretched out like veins, cold and endless. The flicker of faulty lights cast long shadows that danced across the walls. I swallowed the lump in my throat. This was what I'd been chasing: darkness and silence, the underbelly of the city's shiny facade. As we moved deeper, the hum of the system grew louder, vibrating through the floor. My skin prickled. Something was watching. Or waiting. We reached the first node marked on Elena's map, a cramped room filled with blinking servers and tangled cables. She set to work immediately, fingers flying over the keyboard. Here goes nothing, she muttered. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, and the monitors flashed with static. A low, mechanical groan echoed through the space, making the hairs on my neck stand on end. Elena, what's happening? I whispered. She didn't answer. Her eyes were glued to the screen, face pale. The system was fighting back. Then, as if triggered by some unseen command, a face appeared on the monitor. It was the woman from the platform. Her smile was there, but now it twisted into something colder, more deliberate. Her eyes locked onto mine through the screen. Remember, she said, voice barely audible but unmistakably clear. The room went dark. My breath caught. The silence pressed in, thicker than before. And I knew I was already part of the loop. The darkness didn't last long, but it stretched just enough to make my skin crawl. Did you see that? I whispered, voice cracking. Elena blinked once, then snapped her focus back to the screen. Yeah, she said, voice low but steady. The system's no longer just glitching. It's adapting. I frowned. Adapting? What does that even mean? She shook her head slowly. It means it's aware, at least in some rudimentary way. It's trying to control the narrative, too. Keep us inside the loop. A chill ran down my spine. So, it's not just a malfunction? No, she said, voice barely audible. It's a defense mechanism. The woman's face reappeared on the monitors, but this time the smile was gone. Her eyes, those icy, calculating eyes, scanned the room through the screen, as if assessing us. The flickering light from the displays cast harsh shadows on her face, highlighting the sharp edges of her expression. Remember, she said again, but the words felt more like a warning now. I looked down at my hands. They trembled. The reality tunnels beneath the city weren't just a ride or a novelty. They were something else entirely. A trap designed to ensnare memories, to erase who you were and replace it with a looping nightmare. Elena finally broke the silence. We have to move before it locks us in. I nodded, but my legs felt like lead. Where? I asked. She pulled up a map on the screen, the same one she'd shown me before. There's a secondary node a few blocks from here. If we can reach it, maybe we can hack the system from the outside. Maybe? I echoed, swallowing a dry lump in my throat. Before she could answer, the monitors flickered again. This time, the glitches weren't random. Words appeared, pixelated but legible. Forget. Obey. Loop. A low hum vibrated through the floor. The servers pulsed with an eerie rhythm, like a heartbeat. I don't like this, I admitted, voice barely a whisper. Elena's fingers danced over the keyboard. Neither do I. But there's no turning back now. A sudden noise made us both jump, a soft, scraping sound coming from the far corner of the room. My eyes darted toward it, heart thumping against my ribs. A man stepped out of the shadows, face pale, eyes wide and unfocused. He wore a security uniform, but his movements were jerky, almost robotic. His lips moved, mouthing words without sound. I froze. Recognition hit me. That was Marcus. The same Marcus I'd seen in one of the looping scenes yesterday, trapped in a silent panic. Elena, I hissed. Marcus. She frowned. He's stuck. The man took a hesitant step forward, then stopped. His eyes flickered between us, but there was no life behind them. Just panic. Silent, frozen panic. I swallowed hard, the weight of it pressing down on me. This wasn't a glitch or a malfunction. These people were trapped inside the system, their minds caught in endless loops while their bodies wandered like ghosts. Can we help him? I asked, voice breaking. Elena shook her head. Not without risking infection. Infection? My skin prickled. The system corrupts memories. Once it touches you, you become part of the loop. Your identity dissolves. I thought of the woman on the monitor. The way she'd stared through the screen. Was she an operator? A survivor? Or just another victim? Suddenly, my vision blurred. A wave of dizziness swept over me, stomach churning. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog. Elena, I said, voice slurring. I don't think I'm okay. She looked up sharply, concern flashing across her face. What's wrong? My fingers trembled as I touched my temple. I can't remember what I was just thinking. She frowned, typing rapidly. The system's reaching out. It's erasing you. Erasing me? The words tasted bitter. But how? I'm here. Physically, yes. But your memories, yourself, are slipping. I stumbled toward the door, breath shallow and uneven. The hum of the servers grew louder, filling my ears until it drowned out everything else. The room seemed to tilt beneath me. Don't leave me, Elena said, grabbing my arm. I shook my head, trying to focus. We have to get to the next node. If we stay here, I'll be gone. The panic in her eyes mirrored my own. Then let's move. We slipped out into the narrow tunnel, the stale air thick with dust and the faint scent of burnt electronics. The dim emergency lights cast twisted shadows on the graffiti-scarred walls. Somewhere far off, a dog barked a sharp, lonely sound that seemed impossibly distant. I pressed my back against the cold concrete, trying to steady myself. The world felt unreal, like I was watching through someone else's eyes. Faces flashed in my mind: Marcus, the woman on the screen, people I thought I knew but couldn't quite place anymore. Why are they doing this? I muttered. Elena didn't answer. Her focus was on the map, the path ahead lit by a flickering handheld tablet. We moved quickly but cautiously, every step echoing in the confined space. The tunnels twisted and turned, the walls closing in like a living thing. The hum from the servers faded, replaced by an eerie silence that felt heavier than the noise. A sudden vibration made me stumble. The floor beneath us shuddered faintly, like distant thunder. I looked at Elena. She bit her lip. "We're running out of time," she said. "Time for what?" She hesitated. "For the system to seal the tunnels. Once that happens, no one gets out." My throat tightened. "So we're trapped." "Exactly." We rounded a corner and stopped short. Ahead, a faint glow spilled from a grated door, the secondary node. Relief surged briefly, only to be crushed by the feeling that something was wrong. The door was ajar. "Elena?" I whispered. She nodded slowly. "Someone's been here." Inside, the room was empty except for a single chair facing a blank monitor. The air smelled of stale sweat and something metallic like blood or rust. My stomach churned. Then I noticed the small, worn notebook on the floor. I picked it up, fingers trembling. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, frantic and disjointed. "Look at this," I said, voice barely controlled. Elena leaned in. "It's a journal. Someone documented what happened here." I skimmed the entries. Names, dates, descriptions of memories fading, people disappearing. There was one line that made me stop cold. "Once you forget who you are, you don't come back. The system needs you to forget." A sudden beep startled us. The monitor flickered to life, displaying a countdown timer, 30 minutes. "Seal imminent," the screen warned. I swallowed hard, breath catching. There was no going back now. No escape. The system had claimed us. I looked at Elena. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as the timer ticked down. And then the door slammed shut behind us. The monitor's timer was counting down, relentless and unforgiving. 30 minutes. Seal imminent. The words felt like a noose tightening around my throat. I glanced at Elena, her face pale in the flickering light, and swallowed the bile rising in my throat. "We don't have much time," she said, voice low but steady. "We need to find a way out before this place locks down completely." I nodded, but the stale air pressed in on me, thick and suffocating. The metallic scent lingered, iron and rust, or maybe something worse. I couldn't tell anymore. My fingers curled around the notebook, the pages still trembling under my touch. I forced myself to breathe, slow and deliberate, but every breath tasted like dust and regret. The room seemed to tilt slightly, or maybe I was losing my balance. A faint buzzing started at the edges of my hearing, like static in an old radio. I blinked hard. Shadows clung to the corners, stretching like they were alive, waiting. The silence wasn't empty, it was waiting too. Waiting to swallow us whole. "Elena," I said, voice cracking. "Do you think the system really erases memories? Like, permanently?" She hesitated, eyes flicking to the blank monitor. "It has to. If people forget who they are, they can't resist. They become something else. Lost in the tunnels." I shivered and closed the notebook. The cramped handwriting, the frantic notes, were more than just warnings. They were cries for help, echoes from the edge of oblivion. I pictured those faces I'd seen earlier, trapped in endless loops, frozen in silent panic. Familiar faces. Faces I should have recognized. "Maybe I'm already slipping," I admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I can't remember why I even came here. It's like something's hollowing me out from the inside." Elena's gaze sharpened. "We have to fight it, or we're done." Her certainty gave me a flicker of hope, but it was fragile, like glass balanced on item's edge. I pushed myself to stand, the rough plaster wall scraping against my back. The chair creaked under my weight as I turned away from the monitor, toward the dim corridor beyond. The hallway stretched ahead, swallowed in darkness. The faint hum of the system's machinery thrummed beneath the floor, a deep vibration that felt like a heartbeat, slow, steady, ominous. The walls were lined with panels, some flickering, others dead. Here and there, screens displayed frozen moments, people sitting at desks, walking hallways, talking without sound. All caught in the same unyielding loop. I paused at one screen. A woman's face stared back at me, wide eyes, mouth open in a silent scream. I knew her. Or I thought I did. The name was scribbled beneath, Mara. My chest tightened, a cold knot forming. I couldn't place the memory, but the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Real. Elena, look. I pointed. Do you know her? She shook her head slowly. No. But the system knows. It collects us, traps us, and then erases. We moved deeper into the tunnel, the air growing colder, heavier. Every step echoed, sharp and hollow. Somewhere far off, a distant dog barked, a sound so out of place it made my skin crawl. Was it real? Or just another glitch? The notebook felt heavier in my pocket. I pulled it out again, scanning the pages for anything we'd missed. There was a passage I hadn't noticed before, written in jagged letters. If you see yourself in the loop, run. The system feeds on your doubt. It's how it traps you. I swallowed hard. If I'm already slipping, maybe I'm already in the loop. Elena's eyes darkened. Then we need to break free. Now! Suddenly, the corridor shifted. The panels flickered violently, and the screens distorted into static. The hum grew louder, almost deafening. The walls seemed to pulse, as if breathing. I stumbled back, heart pounding. Did you feel that? I gasped. She nodded, eyes scanning the shadows. It's reacting to us. The system knows we're here. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I wanted to yell, to run, but my legs felt like lead. The notebook's pages fluttered wildly in my hands, as if caught in a sudden gust. But there was no breeze. A new screen lit up ahead, brighter than the rest. I could make out a figure standing motionless inside the frame of a man. His face was blurred, shifting like static, but his eyes were sharp, piercing. Is that? I didn't finish. Elena stepped forward, voice barely steady. That's Dr. Keller, the system's creator. Or at least, the one who tried to stop it. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound came through. Then the screen cracked, spiderwebbing across the surface like broken glass. My breath caught. This place is falling apart, I said, voice hollow. Or maybe it's fighting back, Elena whispered. The corridor trembled, dust raining down from the ceiling. I covered my mouth, taste metallic and bitter. The timer on the monitor back in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, flashed urgently in my mind. We had minutes left. We need to find the core, I said, voice firm despite the shaking inside. If we can shut it down, maybe, just maybe, we stop the erasing. Elena nodded, pulling her jacket tighter around her. Lead the way. We moved forward again, the shadows closing in. The faces on the screens multiplied, friends, strangers, people I thought I knew, all trapped in endless loops of terror and confusion. I tried to focus, but the lines between memory and reality blurred. My hands trembled. I blinked hard, trying to hold on to who I was. But the system was relentless. Every step forward felt like wading through quicksand, pulling me deeper into the void. A sudden jolt shook the ground beneath us. The lights flickered, and the tunnel split into two paths. To the left, the passage was dark and silent. To the right, a faint glow pulsed, like a heartbeat. "Which way?" Elena asked, voice tense. I hesitated, heart pounding in my ears. The notebook's pages whispered warnings I couldn't quite grasp. The system was testing us. I could feel it. I pointed right. "That light, there has to be something there. The core, maybe." She followed without question. The glow grew stronger, warmth spilling into the cold tunnel. But with it came a low, rhythmic thumping, like a drumbeat echoing inside my chest. We rounded the corner and stopped. Before us was a chamber, vast and cavernous, filled with cables and screens and blinking machines. In the center, a massive console pulsed softly, its lights flickering in time with the thumping sound. "This is it," I said, voice barely above a whisper. The hum of the reality tunnels had always been a low, steady drone beneath the city. But now it felt different, off, like a machine straining against its own wiring. As I settled into the curved seat of the pod, the familiar faces flickered into view again, like ghosts trapped behind a cracked screen. I could see them clearly this time, the woman who worked at the bakery, her hands frozen mid-need, eyes wide with silent panic, the man from the old bookstore, caught in a loop where he kept turning a page that never ended, the girl from the corner cafe, whose smile faded to confusion over and over. Each one was stuck, their memories erasing like chalk dust in a breeze, their expressions a muted scream. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale metal and recycled air thick in my mouth. The pod's plastic surface beneath my fingers was slick and cold, a harsh contrast to the warmth rising in my chest. I leaned forward, eyes narrowed. How long had this been going on? How many people had already disappeared inside these glitching loops? I tried to reach out to call to them, but the system's cold logic ignored me. There was no response, just that endless, silent panic repeating itself like a broken record. "Hey," a voice cracked through the speaker above me. It was Clarice, the technician assigned to monitor the tunnel system. "Are you seeing this too?" I blinked, then nodded even though she couldn't see me. "Yeah. It's worse than before." Her sigh filtered through the static. "The memory buffers are degrading faster than predicted. I don't know how much longer the system can hold them." I swallowed again. "Can you do anything?" "Not remotely. We're looking at a full shutdown if the loops corrupt any further." "I'm sorry." The word landed heavy in the air between us. Sorry. A word that felt too small for what was happening down here. I sat back, the pod's cold shell pressing into my spine. The tunnel lights flickered overhead, casting shadows that danced like nervous phantoms on the curved walls. The stale scent of concrete and machinery lingered, thick and unyielding. My hands trembled. I clenched them into fists, knuckles white, trying to ground myself. But then the edges of my vision blurred, and a strange fog settled behind my eyes. Names slipped away. Faces I knew faded like old photographs left in the sun. I could feel it, the beginning of the slip, the erasure creeping in from the edges of my mind. I swallowed down a rising wave of panic. Not yet. Not me. Not like this. I glanced at the control panel, fingers hovering over the emergency override. It was a gamble. If I triggered it, the entire tunnel system would shut down, probably erasing all the trapped memories at once. A quick end. But what if it was too late? What if the system had already corrupted beyond repair? There was no perfect choice here. Only damage control. "Clara," I said into the speaker, voice quieter now. "I'm going to trigger the override. We have to stop this before it spreads." "Wait," she said, voice urgent. There's a secondary backup. It's unstable but might preserve some data if we isolate the corrupted nodes first. I hesitated. Her plans sounded risky, unpredictable, but better than a complete wipe. Okay, I said. Walk me through it. She guided me through the sequence, each step a delicate dance balancing on the edge of item. I could hear the faint tapping of her keyboard in the background, her voice steady but strained. The pod vibrated underfoot as the system responded, flickering lights casting strange patterns across my face. And then, the faces in the tunnel shifted. The frozen panic softened, expressions melting into confusion, then recognition. The woman at the bakery blinked, her hands trembling as the loop broke. The man in the bookstore closed the endless page and looked around, disoriented but free. The girl from the cafe smiled uncertainly, the first real smile I'd seen in days. A relief so sharp it almost hurt pressed against my ribs. It wasn't perfect. Some faces were still trapped, some moments lost forever. But the system was holding. For now. The fog in my mind began to clear, memories returning like shards piecing themselves back together. The smell of rain on pavement, the sound of distant traffic, the rough texture of the tunnel's plaster walls all came rushing back. I exhaled slowly, the tension in my chest loosening just a fraction. Thank you, I whispered to Clara over the comm. Don't thank me yet, she replied. We still have to get everyone out safely. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. The path ahead was uncertain, but we had bought some time. And that was enough to keep fighting. The pod hummed softly, no longer a prison but a lifeline. Outside, the city's heartbeat pulsed steadily, indifferent and relentless. But down here, beneath the weight of concrete and lost memories, something fragile was growing, a chance to remember, to reclaim what had been stolen. The tunnel's cold walls seemed less oppressive now, the stale air tinged with possibility. I pressed my palm against the panel, feeling the vibrations pulse through my skin, a reminder that even in the darkest places, we could still find a spark. And I was going to hold on to that spark, no matter what it took.